Out of practice here. Thank you. We are, thanks everybody. I think we're on, calling this regular meeting of the Truckee-Town Council to order, June 23rd, 4:30 p.m. Roll call, please, Sarah.
Councilmember Commendatory.
Here.
Vice Mayor Klobstad.
Here.
Mayor Pallavi.
Here.
Councilmember Abrams.
Here.
And Councilmember Tierman is noted as absent this evening.
Thank you very much. We will do the Pledge of Allegiance since we're all here. So let's rise and join Council in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, I'd like to move us into public comment for any item not on the agenda. If anybody would like to make, I don't have my phone number on here. Hold on. How are we? We're taking phone and 428-6555. It's on the screen. I can't see that far. Oh, good. Public, you can see where to make public comment. You can leave us a voice or text comment at the number on your screen. And we have received at least one written email comment, two email comments. So I'm going to hand it over to Judy to take us through those. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have two comments, one of them on item 4.0. accompanied a letter with an audio file, so I'm going to play the audio for you.
Laurel Lippert as a representative of Ponderosa Martis Neighbors United. Agenda Public Comment 4.0. We of Ponderosa Martis Neighbors United, an organization for those who live on Reynolds Way, Martis Drive, and Estates Drive, are threatened by potential negative impacts of the proposed Jurger Ranch Parcel 4 development near us. If this piece of Jurger Ranch property, bordered by Brockway Road, Highway 267, and the Ponderosa Golf Course, is divided into 7 lots and developed, our neighborhood will be disrupted by the effects of noise, night lighting, visual blight, traffic, and most importantly, loss of safety. We have been speaking against this development since 2012, and nothing has changed our belief that it will also destroy the character of our community. If Parcel 4 is developed, hundreds of vehicles will exit north on Martis Drive into our neighborhood daily, seeking an alternative route to Brockway Road. Currently, our narrow, unlined streets welcome cyclists and families walking children and dogs. They provide access to the Legacy Trail and are used by golfers crossing the 3rd fairway and walking near the clubhouse. They pass senior citizens housing as well as the busy skateboard park off Estates Drive. If this development is allowed, there will be accidents, and some fatal ones, endangering many. Besides the dark cloud it would cast over our peaceful neighborhood, the development in Parcel 4 would remove a safe choice for pilots flying out of Truckee-Town Airport. Currently, the Ponderosa Golf Course is a designated emergency landing option when departing westbound from the airport's most used runway 29. Buildings in Parcel 4 would make an approach for a safe landing on the golf course unlikely, as well as jeopardize people's lives. An airplane crashed in Parcel 4 in 2012. The pilot and his passenger walked away unhurt because there were no buildings there. Truckee-Town Airport's purchase of the Ponderosa Golf Course in 2008 to retain open space near the airport was a great gift to us and the Truckee community of an affordable recreation opportunity operated by the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District. The town of Truckee could do the same by designating Parcel 4 as necessary open space and a safe public path through the park for walkers and cyclists to reach the Legacy Trail. For those of us who have lived in Truckee for decades, we know that money and growth can benefit a town's economic health and vitality. Yet no matter what goals are on the paper, people are the soul of this community, and Truckee's special quality is serenity. Our 50-year-old neighborhood expresses that. Please hear our urgent plea and deny the proposal for development on the Jurger Ranch Parcel 4 property. Thank you for your time and consideration. Ponderosa Martis, Neighbors United. This comment has been sent in writing to the Truckee-Town Council. Laurel Lippert.
So the second comment this evening on items not on your agenda is from Rolf Goudon. Last night, neighbors up the street had an open fire in their yard. It got me wondering how thoroughly the word is out on fire ordinance. Are short-term rental owners required to notice their tenants as to the ordinance? Has the town been as proactive as it needs to get the word out on this ordinance to the locals as well as visitors? And that's all I have currently.
Thank you. Do we need to check anything or we're good? I can close public comment. Great. Public comment is closed. Move into our consent calendar, which was chock full of really interesting and good stuff. So on consent, we have 6.1, requests for Transportation Development Act funds from the Nevada County Transportation Commission. We have consultant selection for the SB2 Planning Grant Program. 6.3, acceptance of the transit audit report for fiscal year 18-19. 6.4, consultant selection for the Caltrans Sustainable Communities Grant for Donner Pass Road Corridor Plan. 6.5, an updated partner agreement for transit-related services with Placer County. 6.6, approval of local partnership grant funding application on the Legacy Trail for the Brockway Road connection. 6.7, approval of permanent local housing allocation plan and application. Approval of the permanent local housing allocation plan and the application, sorry, that just read weird, formula component grant funds. That's kind of a mouthful. Anybody on council looking to pull any of the consent items? No. Any staff? Seeing none. Any member of the public?
We do have public comment from the Contractors Association of Truckee-Tahoe on item 6.7.
Go ahead.
I believe that this one was distributed well in advance and that you've all had a chance to review that. It is extensive.
Okay.
And there's been a bunch of back and forth with staff, I believe, on these issues.
On item 6.7.
Yeah, this.
Not on the VMT stuff. Okay.
Right. The 6.7, the concern is the type of deed restriction. And the Contractors Association of Truckee-Tahoe would like an income-based deed restriction, or would not like an income-based deed restriction.
Got it. And this was, and so do we want to pull it for more discussion? Is everybody okay with it as written? We didn't pull anything, so I guess we're moving it along. So comment accepted at this point.
You can, or you can.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So comment accepted. Any questions or other comments from council? I just had one comment before we move the consent calendar, and that was in relation, specifically what got me thinking was between 6.2 and 6.4, which are going to require probably a fairly detailed public process, along with a lot of the other processes that were already sort of in motion prior to COVID and sort of which have been put on pause, and then we're going to recoup and restart a lot of these. I was simply looking, and I think it's going to be important for interdepartmental coordination as well on some type of larger 10,000 foot view type of document, so everybody can kind of start to map out these public processes, and we know, okay, here's this one happening, and then we don't get into sort of what was happening a little bit in February and March, where meetings on top of meetings and people wanting to attend multiple things and provide input. So that was just more of a leadership team comment than a question. But
I apologize, Mayor. There was a third public comment on open public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
And it refers slightly to what you were just referring to.
Okay.
So Sarah Green says she has not seen any information come out about the status of the general plan update. I attended several GPAC and climate subcommittee meetings. It is critical to involve the community and keep them updated. We need to not only share the outcomes from the elaborate time-extensive process that we have participated in this year, we also need to get their input and involvement at this stage of the plan development. I hope that there will be an opportunity for the public to review and comment on these outcomes and tentatively plan well before these get finalized.
Yeah, so I think kind of in the same vein and something I think we should look at, especially in the planning department, Dan in Public Works, Shauna and Hillary, as all sorts of other stuff starts to creep in too. I think we just have to make sure we're aware of how all that's moving forward.
Yeah, we will take care of that and work collaboratively with the clerk's office and Bronwyn Roberts because we need things mapped out too.
Yeah.
We had started that process and kind of lost the story with COVID, and it's time to refocus on that.
Yeah, great. Thank you. With that, Council Member Abrams, can we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
And I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Consent carries. With that, let's move into 7.1, the COVID update, starting with Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some updated information for you all. As you know, we started the Emergency Operations Center on March 16th. It's right now a virtual EOC with really Robert Womack, our Emergency Services Coordinator, filling all the positions except the finance position. And of course, that will change if things change. He's not only focusing on COVID, but on wildfire and heat-related issues. It's important to note that coordination and discussions continue to happen with Tahoe Forest Hospital, the Nevada County Public Health Department, and our EOC reps to ensure that there's adequate support for the hospital's needs and figure out where we can help with testing sites, summer wildfire planning, et cetera. We continue to track our costs related to all of this, and maybe someday we'll be able to make a FEMA reimbursement request. As you may have heard, the case numbers have increased in our area as of 4:20 p.m. yesterday, and I believe based on a report from Mr. Harry Weiss from Tahoe Forest, as of this morning, there are 82 confirmed cases, 82 positives in Nevada County, 58 of those are Eastern County, 24 in Western County. I understand that there, in total, between Eastern Nevada County, Eastern Placer County, and Englewood Village, there are 123 cases. Fortunately and unfortunately, we have had one death since we started reporting related to COVID. The hospital has either 5 or 6 inpatient cases. I have a little bit of conflicting information right now, only 2 of which I understand are confirmed cases, and the others are what they call rule-out cases. As far as reopening, the Nevada County reopen plan, that keeps getting updated with changes based on the governor's changes in the allowances under the stages. So as you know, on the 12th of June, stage 3 businesses were able to reopen. Those included bars, wineries, gyms, fitness facilities, and camps and day camps. Also, the short-term lodging order was rescinded, and so the Nevada County Public Health Officer, Dr. Ken Cutler, rescinded the local order. Interestingly, the stay-at-home order is still in place. So there was a workshop for Stage 3 businesses. Nevada County has been doing a really nice job providing virtual workshops for businesses to help them through the reopening process. That happened on June 16th. And then on June 18th, the governor updated the guidance on face masks. And I believe you are all aware of that. And just today, the town, in concert with the TDMA, the health system, Tahoe Forest Health System, the chamber, and the PD released a message regarding the mandatory aspect of the face masks and really encouraging folks to follow those, that prescription so that we can keep our community vital, that we can keep our businesses open. The last thing we want to do is move backwards. And so this is one thing that we can do to help our local businesses stay vibrant and vital. So that messaging is going out. There was a quote-unquote moving forward virtual town hall with elected officials in all of Nevada County, and Vice Mayor Klostad represented the town very well in that. And she kept having saying, we're here. Remember Truckee? Yes. And then on Friday the 19th, personal services such as nail salons and facials were permitted to reopen with modifications, which I understand some people in the room have taken advantage of. So that's wonderful. There is a really big push from the county and the hospital around increasing our testing to better understand the spread. It's important to, continue to have as many folks tested as possible. There is a testing site right in Old Gateway, and it's very well signed. I do believe that you need to book an appointment in advance, and that is on the town's website. I won't recite it here because otherwise I'd be getting into a lot of letters and numbers. And but it's on our website. It is free, and anyone can use it. So I would encourage anyone who would like to take that opportunity to do so. My understanding is we're having 2 to 3 times as more tests than we had when the location was in Kings Beach. So that is encouraging that folks are taking advantage of that. If folks need more detailed information, there are many, many resources on the town's website with excellent links to the Nevada County Public Health Department or the California Department of Public Health. And those links are on our website. And importantly for businesses and local essential nonprofits, tomorrow is the day that the close of application happens for the second round of the Nevada County Relief Fund, which can involve up to $5,000 grants for small businesses, and I believe up to $20,000 for public service agencies, nonprofits. And the CR Business Council is also still working with businesses for low interest loans. The town partnered in that program. So those are both still available. And if anybody is interested, again, the Nevada County Relief Fund is very prominently featured on the Nevada County website, as well as a link is on the town's website. So that's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Then we do have a couple of items also for you on this to hopefully approve.
Thank you. Anybody else? Chief Billingsley? Nothing? Nothing? Great. Just Kim. Okay. So we're taking action just on the letter that's attached, correct? And the personnel...
Ratification of the plan.
Ratification of the business operations plan.
There was an additional information packet sent out from staff on that with some updates based on the mask requirements as well.
Yes.
So you're ratifying that version.
Yes. We had done that and made the changes and rolled them out. We made the changes and rolled them out from the previous instructions, and we changed them based on the governor's order.
Got it. Great. Okay. Any questions from council? And anybody watching or streaming live, get your public comment in if you have any. The phone number is on your screen, and it can also be emailed to truckee@townoftruckee.com. And we'll hear some public comment in a moment, but starting with any questions from council. Councilmember Commendatore, did you have any questions for staff? Vice Mayor Klostad.
Yeah, Kim, thanks so much for the update and preparing this letter. I think that's so important to send that message to the governor and protect not just our own resources, but other communities' resources as well. As you know, on the virtual town hall, there were a lot of questions about the face mask requirement and enforcement. And so I would just like to open up the opportunity to talk about our approach to that, the education approach versus another type of enforcement. So are you okay talking about that, or?
I'm okay talking about that if you'd like. Or,
okay, great.
So yes, we are, just like we have with all of the actions and community expectations related to the reaction to COVID, we are asking our community and our visitors to take the responsibility to keep our community safe. And the police department code compliance won't be involved in giving tickets or enforcement, but it's an obligation that we have to each other, and we have that. We want to honor our community in that way. And as I said earlier, by what that can do is help keep our businesses in business. We know how painful it was to have everything closed, and this is another opportunity to help to do that. And that is the approach that us, along with the chamber, the hospital district, et cetera, are all in concurrence on.
And that was a strategy that we, really, as the enthusiasm in all directions has increased over the last week, I would say that was something. This particular letter was an opportunity, I think. We all have our talking points, and big thanks to staff for helping us craft all of that. And when I first thought it was more of a concept of what else can we point to that's not just on social media. And so by crafting this very brief statement, it's clear, it's concise, and we hope to at least be able to post that in a lot of different places that isn't necessarily just social media, so folks who can view it, whether it's in the Sierra Sun or wherever. And that was one of the goals on that as well.
And I think that's my goal of bringing this up, is to say to our community, this is for our own best interest. And the more you can support this and share it, comment in a positive way, I think the more social pressure there will be to accommodate this new entity in our lives. And the better, I think, the better we're going to be prepared to receive all the visitors that I know are still very much so looking forward to coming to visit us this summer. And I think just the only other thing I would say is our best course of enforcement is really more our own power of purchase practices and social practices. So if you go into a place and you are not comfortable because nobody's wearing face masks, turn around and leave. If you go to a place, wear your face mask, even if others aren't, because that's going to send a message that you're supportive of this. So that would be my only addition to this. And then the last question is, we talk every week about the number of hospitalizations, and that as our numbers have increased, we have seen a couple new ones, but they've been very recent.
That's correct. Just this week.
And the
it was zero
county,
last week.
Yeah, and the county continues to monitor that very closely.
Very closely.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abrams.
I just following a little bit with Anna's comments, that if you think back, when seatbelts weren't required, and then it's a social pressure. Or when I remember going skiing as a child and nobody wore a helmet, you wore your hats and your goggles. And now you don't get on your skis without a helmet. You don't get on a bicycle without a helmet. It's almost frowned upon by the social community as a whole. And so if we can all try to be an example, even if nobody's wearing a mask. I've always worn mine because I feel like it's important to be an example. So it feels a little bit awkward. It's a little uncomfortable to be the only person with the mask on, but sometimes you just need to do that so that we can all become aligned and then keep our community and then keep our visitors safe.
Yeah, I would totally agree, and thank you. And trying not to beat a dead horse, I'm just going to put out there that I think it's also going to take a lot of patience from our community, and that's my message. Is it's gotten significantly busier. I think we've all seen the uptick in activity around town, and we still have, coming from a small business myself, we still have a lot of staffing issues, and there's a lot of unemployment out there. And there's a lot contributing to staffing levels at this point. And I know I've received a lot of emails, why isn't there somebody at the door of every business trying to enforce stuff like this? And I just really want to give a plea to the community to just be patient with each business. And just like my fellow council member said, if you're not comfortable, that's okay. You have the choice and the ability to turn around and not go there. But, for small businesses who were closed for practically 3 months to try to find enough staff to even do what they have to do on a day-to-day basis, let alone deal with all of the extra modifications that we're all making in our day-to-day businesses with increased cleaning and increased sanitation and just all sorts of new operations. It's just taking time for everybody to get up to speed. So I think patience is the message that I wanted to send to everybody tonight. And then I also just wanted to express a lot of gratitude to Vice Mayor Klovstad for taking part in that town hall and a couple of other mayor and vice mayor responsibilities that were COVID related the past week that I did not attend, and she attended in my place. So thank you. Anything, so we have public comment on item 7.1. Any public comment come in that we need to read that hasn't come in already for the record?
No, none that I've received.
Great. So all other comment has come in on that. So I'm closing public comment on item 7.1 and moving to any deliberation or action from council. So we are looking to, what are we actually doing here? We are ratifying the Town of Truckee COVID-19 Business Operations Plan and approving or not the letter to the state of California from all Nevada County entities. Those are the two actions, and we can couple them together, I believe. Yes, great.
I'm ready to move if everybody else is.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move that we, gotta put it on again. That we approve the letter to the state of California from all Nevada County entities requesting local flexibility and additional resources, and ratify the Town of Truckee COVID-19 Business Operation Plan inclusive of the new face mask requirements, face covering.
I second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will move into item 7.2, staff report on the transit occupancy tax increase polling results and ballot measure decision. We do expect this will take some time, so I'll just keep an eye on the clock for everybody. And if we need to take a break at some point in the middle, we can do that. And otherwise, Hillary Hobbs is with us. Welcome, Hillary.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This one has been a long time in the works, so excited to address this topic tonight. So we're here today to consider the polling results and request council make a final decision on how to move forward on the proposed transient occupancy tax increase measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. And I'll briefly provide some context and background, and then we have Dr. Tim McClarney, president of True North Research, to present the polling results. And we also have Charles Heath, principal with TBWB Strategies, with us today. And Charles has been our consultant throughout this process. You all have had a chance to meet him multiple times throughout this process. He's here tonight to answer any questions from council. So So why focus on housing now? And your council will recall that this proposed transient occupancy tax increase grew out of a longstanding council priority to address housing needs in Truckee. And we've been working for several years now towards developing a local fund source that could support housing, because having access to achievable and affordable housing is critical to maintaining Truckee's community and our economy. During the COVID-19 crisis, we've seen our regional housing challenges become even more dire and our housing landscape become even more stratified. On the one end of the spectrum, many residents have faced a loss of income due to COVID, leading to a substantial demand for rental assistance, and the town was able to provide a rental assistance program to help address some of that. On the other end of the spectrum, we're seeing increasing housing demand, which anecdotally appears to be attributed, at least in part, to demand from people previously living outside of the area who now have remote working flexibility due to COVID-19 and are relocating to the Truckee-Tahoe region for an extended period or permanently, yet to be sort of figure out what's going to happen with that. But this demand continues to drive up our home prices, which is the opposite of what we would typically expect to see during an economic downturn. So clearly, the housing need is here. It's still here. It's still a big issue for our community. So why is a local funding source so important? First, the town has a strong track record of responding to one-off housing opportunities when funds are available. And what a sustainable funding source will do is it will allow us to be proactive and develop strategic housing programs. Second, a finite amount of funding, which would be provided by this tax increase, goes a long way. The town has an excellent track record of leveraging our funds to access much larger grant funding sources or to incentivize significant private investment in local housing projects. Finally, flexibility. Most state and federal housing fund sources are targeted specifically to the lowest income levels. Local funding provides more flexibility to address a wider range of income levels that struggle in our housing market. So for all these reasons, we've been working for several years now to address the need for a local funding source. So how did we get here? Following a funding feasibility study and an initial polling of the transient occupancy tax increase over the winter, the town convened an 18-member advisory committee to consider and to develop recommendations for a ballot measure to increase transient occupancy tax. After considering the committee's recommendations, your council directed staff to complete additional polling to confirm support from likely voters and assess voter support for a special tax or a general tax. And we'll talk more about that difference in a second. We took a brief pause during the spring due to COVID, but went forward with completing that polling in late May. And finally, today we're here to consider those polling results, make a final decision about whether and how to move forward with a measure on the November 3rd ballot. And the ballot deadline is quickly approaching on July 1st, so this is sort of the final decision is tonight, big night in front of us. I want to briefly remind you all and inform the public about the difference between a general tax and a special tax, which is an important decision in front of us tonight. A general tax goes into the town's general fund. It is not legally earmarked for any specific purpose. Passing a general tax requires a simple majority, so 50% plus 1 votes. A special tax, on the other hand, is legally earmarked revenue for specific purposes, in this case for housing. Passage of a special tax requires approval of 2/3 of voters, so it's a higher threshold. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Tim McClarney, president of True North Research, to walk us through the polling results. If we could unmute Tim.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Hillary, for that introduction. I'm Tim McClarney with True North Research. We're a firm that specializes in working with public agencies around the state and using surveys to develop a statistically reliable understanding of the communities and the customers they serve. We've had the privilege of working with the town of Truckee on a number of surveys over time, including the baseline survey that Hillary mentioned, which looked at the feasibility of a transit occupancy tax back in 2019. Tonight, I prepared a PowerPoint summary of the findings of the more recent tracking survey, which we conducted in last month. So post-COVID, post-economic downturn, we want to be able to come back to council and provide some more update information in terms of where your voters are at with respect to this proposal. So as I go through the presentation, I welcome questions from council as I go, or at the end, whichever is your preference. So you want to bring up a slide? There we go. Okay, so before we talk about the results, helpful to take a moment to do a quick review of the purpose of the study, or why we went about doing the study, as well as the methodology, or how we went about conducting the survey. The main purpose here was to, as I mentioned, give council up-to-date information on the feasibility of a transient occupancy tax in the current environment. The baseline study that we did in, I think it was May 2019, was very positive. You had strong support for a measure at that point. And under normal circumstances, with the strength of those poll results, we would feel comfortable with a city or the town moving forward with a measure on the November ballot, feeling that the circumstances hadn't changed so much that you would need to go out and do a tracking poll. Obviously, a lot has changed in the last year. In some ways, the world's been turned on its head. And so we felt that with COVID and the economic downturn, we wanted to be able to come back and have a more recent discussion with your voters about how they would feel about this proposal, and gather some information from them in terms of how you might go about structuring this measure in a way that it's consistent with the type of measure that they'd be willing to support. It's also an opportunity for us in this survey to gather some more information that would help the town in terms of communicating in a non-advocacy way about this proposal. I'm a big proponent that if a public agency is going to take the step of putting a measure on the ballot and asking voters to make a decision, it's really incumbent upon that agency to inform voters about the decision you're asking them to make. So in terms of the methodology was very similar overall to the methodology that we used for the baseline survey back in 2019. That way we have an apples to apples comparison. We use what's known as a mixed method approach, where we use actually 3 recruiting methods, not only phone and email, but also mailed letters to recruit voters to participate in the study. They were allowed to participate in the study by phone or online at a password protected website, whichever was their preference. We had actually set out to do the tracking survey with 400 of your likely November 2020 voters. That was what we were contracted to do. We walked back in the door with more than double that. We had 905. One of the silver linings to the situation that we find ourselves in these days is that more people are staying home. They've got more time on their hands, and they're more willing to talk and communicate when it comes to these surveys. And so we had really good productivity with the recruiting, and the bonus of that is we just have a lot more interviews to play with than we would have otherwise. Now, recognizing that one of the real questions that council was wrestling with is, do we do this as a general tax, right? Or do we do this as a special tax? We actually set up the study to test those 2 versions side by side. So we will test with 1/2 of our sample, so about 450 voters. We tested a general tax, which I'll share with you the language of that here in a minute. We also, with a separate half, also a random half, presented to them a special tax, which was focused exclusively on affordable housing. And so by doing that sort of side-by-side comparison, we could come back to council and provide you with statistically reliable information on the feasibility of either of those proposals. Now, because this was a random sample of your likely November voters, not a census of all your voters, has a margin of error due to sampling. Overall, that's plus or minus about 3%. That means we can be 95% confident that the results I'm sharing with you tonight are within 3.1% of what we would have found had we spoken with all of your likely November voters. Okay, next slide. So this first slide shows the results of what we call our importance of issues question. And for each of the issues you see there on that slide, we simply asked voters to tell us how important this issue is to you. Is it extremely important or very important, which are represented by the dark blue and medium blue bars, and summarized off to the right in that box, the percentage in the box? Or is it somewhat important, not at all important? That's represented by the negative space, that white negative space off to the right. We asked these in a random order, but we have presented them here from top to bottom based on that combined percentage of folks who said it's either extremely or very important. And we do this both because it's a nice warm-up question, just kind of gets folks thinking about local issues, but it's also an opportunity for us to understand of all the things you could spend the money on, right? Which of these sort of rise to the top of the list? How do they feel about these in terms of importance? And in particular, how do the issues that could be funded by this measure, things like wildfires and other natural disaster prevention, maintaining local streets and roads, protecting the environment, creating affordable housing, how do those issues stack up against the issue of preventing local tax increases, right? Rough rule of thumb, the more importance they assign to these issues that could be addressed through your TOT relative to the issue of preventing local tax increases, the better positioned you are to move forward with some type of TOT measure. The more that the issue of preventing local tax increases rises up the list, right, and is perceived as important or perhaps more important than some of the other issues that you could fund with this TOT, usually the more tension there is there and the harder it is to be ultimately successful with the measure. The results you see here show you that for a lot of the things you could conceivably spend the money on, they are far more important in your voters' eyes than the issue of preventing local tax increases. Number one, preparing for wildfires and natural disasters, 95% extremely or very important. Protecting the environment, 87%. Maintaining local streets and roads, 79%, and on down. You can see creating local housing that's affordable to low and middle income workers and families checks in about 71%. So all of these potential uses wind up being quite a bit more important than the issue of preventing local tax increases. That sort of serves as the backdrop to what you're going to see in terms of the levels of support for your proposal, which are strong. Next slide, please. So after that initial ballot test, after the importance of issues question, we get right to the initial ballot test. And the idea is we're going to present to a respondent a mock-up of what we think that 75-word ballot statement could look like on the ballot and get their reaction. The initial ballot test is a really good gauge of where your community is at today on the natural because we haven't presented to them any additional information. Right? In the survey, we haven't talked about arguments pro and con. We haven't explained in more detail how the money can be spent. We're just presenting to them the 75 words and getting their reaction. I mentioned that we tested a general tax and a special tax. Here is the general tax version of the 75-word ballot statement. The intro that you see here is the same for both versions, right? Or very, very similar. It's a 2% increase to the TOT, would generate about $700,000 annually. It would have a duration of 20 years. For the general tax, however, it notes that it can be used for providing a housing that's affordable for low and middle income workers. It's also could be used for protecting natural open space as well as preparing the town for wildfires and emergencies. One of the sort of defining features of a general tax is it's broad, right? It can be used for a variety of things that the town could spend money on. Next slide, please. So the ballot language for the special tax opens up the same way, only this one is narrow and focuses on affordable housing. And so you can see in the bullets there, it not only mentions the low and middle income workers needed to sustain Truckee's economy, it also goes into more detail in other ways that affordable housing dollars could be spent in terms of helping local families struggling to rent or buy a home, as well as providing housing that's affordable for essential professionals like teachers, nurses, firefighters, paramedics, and police officers. So one of the defining features of a special tax is it has to be narrow in purpose, right? It's not only earmarked for a purpose, it can't be exceedingly broad, right? So you can't do affordable housing plus wildfire plus open space with a special tax. It needs to have a more narrow purpose, as you see here, which is dedicated solely to affordable housing. So on the next slide, you see the results of that initial ballot test. On the left is shown the general tax. We found 86% of your likely voters in Truckee for November 2020 supported that general tax measure. That is 36 points above the simple majority that would be required for passage of a general tax in California. To the right, you see the special tax version that is earmarked for affordable housing. Here we found 81% support, so a bit softer support, which kind of makes sense because as we saw on that earlier slide, some of the issues around protecting the environment and wildfires were at the top of the list of what voters found to be the most important issues in the community. Because the general tax can fund some of those things in additional affordable housing, it's a more well-rounded measure, and in that way it's kind of more attractive to voters. But even if you focus narrowly on affordable housing, we still had 81% of voters say that they would support that measure. That's about 14 points above the supermajority threshold that is required for a special tax. You have to hit 2/3 for the special tax. You can't pass at a simple majority. So both of those measures have support above the threshold that's required for passage. Now, I think there's one slide before this. There you go. After the initial ballot test, we get to what we call the projects and improvements section. Here is where we are doing two things. We are now starting to educate this respondent more about the types of services and projects that could be funded by the proposal. That 75-word ballot statement, you can only say so much in 75 words. Here we get to unpack it and talk about all the discrete ways that you could spend this money. And in that way, we're educating them more about the proposal. The other thing it allows us to do is to identify, of all the things that you could spend the money on, which of these rise to the top of the list in terms of voters' priorities. And is there anything on this list that is what I would call an anchor, right? That it's not popular with your voters. They don't enjoy the idea of raising their taxes to fund that. And if they were to see it in your plan or program, it would serve to sort of weigh down support for your proposal. The obvious takeaway here is there are no anchors in this list. Even the lowest rated item, which was preparing for public health emergencies like coronavirus, had over 70% of voters say that they would favor spending some of the money on that item. One thing I will mention about this list as well is this list was tailored based on the version of the measure that a respondent received. So if you received the general tax version of this measure, you received all of these items, right? Because it's a broad measure, it can fund a lot of things. If you received the special tax version of the measure, this list was constrained to just the affordable housing items, which are kind of clustered in the middle of the graph here. And so what you see here, though, is at the top of the list, the item that had the strongest sort of overall favorability was preparing for wildfires and other natural disasters. That's not surprising. We saw that was the most important issue to your voters in that opening question. It rises to the top of the list here in terms of how they'd like to see some of the money spent. Acquiring and permanently preserving natural open space lands, number 2. And then numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all variations on providing affordable housing. Just the audience is tweaked a little bit. And so those 3 kind of items collectively are clearly at the top of the list of what voters would like to see the funds spent on. Next slide, please. So in the space of the poll, we also want to be able to simulate the type of discussion and debate that is likely to occur in your community should you as a council choose to place a measure on the ballot, right? If you choose to place a measure on November, there's going to be an election cycle. There's going to be advocates who will go out and argue to their friends and neighbors about why this measure is needed and why they should support it. You might also have some opposition, right? Some people step up, say this is a bad idea, we shouldn't be doing this, and here's why. For this survey to be a reliable gauge of the feasibility of a TOT measure, we need to know not only where your voters are today, which were those initial ballot tests, but what happens to support for your proposal once they're exposed to the type of discussion and debate they're going to hear and to be exposed to in the months leading up to the November election. So we do that by testing both positive and negative arguments. On the positive side here, you see that there are a number of arguments that get traction with your voters. The number 1 being that wildfires are getting larger, faster, and deadlier. We need to make sure we have resources, staff to respond quickly to wildfire emergencies when they happen. Again, kind of not surprising. We saw wildfires at the top of the list of what your voters are concerned about. And so when you have an argument that's tied to wildfires, it rises to the top. Second argument as well is very popular, is the idea that it's not actually a tax increase on residents of Truckee. It applies only to visitors who stay in local hotel rooms and short-term rentals. Here again, by the way, with the positive arguments, these arguments were tailored to the version. So general tax version recipients received all of these positives. Those who were in the affordable housing special tax version of the survey, they only received arguments that are related or relevant to that measure. So for example, they didn't get the wildfire argument because that wasn't part of the special tax. So at this point, voters have heard more about your proposal than they did initially, right? We got to talk in more detail about the services and projects that could be funded. We got to convey positive arguments. So we circle back with them on the next slide and ask them, once again, present the 75-word ballot statement and get a sense of where they sit. And what you see here, for the most part, is a lot of stability, right? In the general tax version, we tick up a point. So we're now at 87%, which is about 37 points above that simple majority required for passage. For the special tax version, we tick down a point. We're now at 80%, so we're about 13 points above the threshold needed for passage. And then we get to the negative arguments on the next slide. The goal of the negative arguments is I want to simulate what an opponent of this measure might say, right? With the goal being to pressure test voter support for your proposal. I want to know that if a voter is exposed to a variety of negative arguments about this proposal designed to reduce their support for it, ultimately, how resilient is their support for your proposal? How much do we erode in response to these negative arguments? We don't test as many negative arguments as we do positives. That's by design. What you tend to find is that the opposition to a measure, to the extent you get it, tends to be fewer in number in terms of boots on the ground, less organized, less well-funded. They just have a softer voice than the advocacy campaign typically. And so we simulate that in the space of the poll by testing fewer negatives. But the negatives we test are designed to be hard-hitting negative arguments, right? They're designed to do maximum damage because we want to see how resilient, again, voter support is should you get opposition. And you can see here that the opposition arguments, for the most part, don't get the same level of traction as the positives, right? And in fact, there's not a single one in this list that has at least 50% who say they find it to be at least somewhat convincing. The real question, though, is what happens after. If you turn to the next slide, after the opposition arguments, you see, as you would expect, it cools down support a bit, but not a lot, right? We're now, for the general tax version of the proposal, sitting at 83% support. That's 33 points above that simple majority that's required for passage. For the special tax, we're now sitting at 78% support. That's about 11 points above the 2/3 threshold that you need to be successful. So before I talk and get to the conclusions about the TOT measure, I want to share a couple more slides with you. Next slide. We did take an opportunity in the survey to ask individuals how satisfied or dissatisfied they are with the town's overall performance in providing town services. What you see here is that you have 83% of your likely November voters say that they are satisfied with the town's efforts to provide services. That high level of satisfaction with the job that you're doing currently with the existing resources you have goes a long way to explaining why support for the TOT is as strong as it is. We generally find that the better a voter views your performance in providing services currently, right, the better job they see you're doing with your existing resources, the more likely they are to support giving you more resources through some type of revenue measure. And so this is a relevant slide. Next slide just tells you expectations for the economy in the next 6 months, right? We as you might expect, where people think the economy is going could potentially have an impact on their willingness to support a tax measure. And so we asked voters whether they felt 6 months down the line the economy is going to be better than today, worse than today, or about the same as today. And what you find among Truckee voters is that it's a mixed bag, but it leans optimistic, right? You have about 40% who think the economy is going to be better. You have about 29% who feel it's going to be about the same as today, about 28% who think it's going to be worse, and about 3% who prefer not to answer. A little sidebar on this one. What we find is the answers to this question, we've been asking this question at a lot of other communities. The answer to this question tends to be influenced heavily by the partisanship of the respondent, right? There's a partisan slant to how people tend to answer this question. Democrats tend to be more pessimistic. They tend to think the economy's headed downhill. Republicans tend to be more bullish. They think the economy is going to come roaring back over the next 6 months. And so it's interesting within Truckee with how heavily your electorate is in terms of Democrats versus Republicans, that you're nevertheless optimistic, right? And so that's unusual. Normally, if we saw in a community with that as heavily Democratic as yours is, we would expect the answers to this question to be tilted the other way. We'd see a lot more voters saying they expect the economy to be worse than better. But in your case, we're seeing something different. And then go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so conclusions. What does all this mean? I'm going to circle back first to that overarching question I mentioned at the outset as sort of the main motivator for this research, which is to understand, is it feasible to move forward with a TOT measure in the current climate, right? And meaning, if the council were to choose to place this measure on the November ballot, does it have a reasonable chance of success? The answer to that question is clearly yes, right? All the things that we want to see in place for a measure to be feasible, we see in place here. We saw that voters have a high opinion of your performance in providing services. We also saw that they value the quality of life in Truckee. And those two sentiments translated into strong natural support for a measure. When structured as a general tax, we had 86% support. When structured as a special tax narrowly focused on affordable housing, we had 81% support. Both of those levels of support are above the threshold that's required for passage of those respective measures. When we looked at the various projects and services that could be funded by this proposal, they were all popular, especially preparing for wildfires and disasters, protecting open space and affordable housing. The positive arguments that we tested, they resonated with your voters, and in fact, they resonated in a stronger way than did the potential opposition arguments. And importantly, at each point in the poll, when we circled back and we presented that 75-word ballot statement to voters and asked where they stood, the support levels at those ballot tests were all above the required thresholds for passage, whether structured as a general tax or as a special tax. It's also important to note that, although I didn't have any slides on this in this presentation, if you compare these poll results to where we were a year ago with the baseline poll, support has remained solid for this proposal despite everything that's changed in the past year, the arrival of COVID, the economic downturn, concerns about where the economy is headed. Support remains solid. And in fact, in that baseline poll back in May, when you looked at the final ballot test for that measure, it checked in at 80% support. So the support levels are actually a little higher for the proposal as structured in this poll. We did take an opportunity to refine this measure a bit in the ballot language compared to what we had tested in the baseline poll. But nevertheless, it's important to see that, voters haven't changed their mind about whether or not they'd be willing to support a TOT to fund important town services. Slide. So as promising as these poll results are, and they are really promising, I want to emphasize that a poll like this is not a crystal ball, right? Looking forward to election day and saying you're going to get 86% on election day or 81% on election day. It's a snapshot in time, right? It tells us where your voters are today, and it tells us how they tend to respond to information that they could encounter during the election cycle. Ultimately, what determines what happens on election day isn't what the poll says today. It's everything that happens from this point forward, right? And so I say that because it's important to make smart decisions about how you structure this measure to make sure that it's well aligned with the type of measure your voters have indicated they're willing to support. And it's important that you put the work in, right? It's important that you go out and sort of expand the conversation with the community, continue to build consensus around a proposal, et cetera, leading up to election day. The last thing you want to do is vote to place this measure on the ballot and walk away thinking you've got it in the bag. That's how things tend to unravel. And so under the sort of category of making smart decisions, I know one of the big central questions that we want to address in this study and that ultimately council has to wrestle with is, do you go general tax or do you go special tax, right? The results of the survey indicate that both paths are open, right? Unlike a lot of communities where they might have enough support to do a general tax, but they don't have enough support to do a special tax, we did find that the support levels in this poll were sufficiently high that you do have either of those paths open to you. That said, I think there are some arguments to be made for the general tax that come out of this poll versus a special tax. One of those, the obvious one, I think, is that your voters found the general tax measure more appealing, right? The support levels for that measure were higher than the special tax version, right? That's because the general tax has the ability to not only address affordable housing, it also has the ability to address some of their other priorities, like preparing for wildfires and natural disasters, as well as protecting open space. So that measure is more attractive to your voters than the special tax version. The other sort of pragmatic argument in favor of the general tax is that the buffer of support that we have above the threshold for passage of a general tax is much greater than it is for the special tax, right? We found at that final ballot test after opposition arguments that we had 33% support for above the simple majority requirement for a general tax measure, right? So we had 83% support. You need 50% plus one for a general tax. For the special tax, the buffer isn't quite the same, right? You have a 2/3 requirement for a special tax, and our support level is about 11 points above that. And so given all the uncertainty about where and what's going to happen over the next 3 months leading up to the general election, we know it's going to be probably a very bitter, highly partisan contest. We kind of don't know where the economy is going to be in the next 3 months in some ways. We don't know what sort of other big electoral or public health or political or economic shoes are going to fall between now and then. It's nice to head into that, what is going to likely be a very tumultuous election cycle with more buffer, right, above the threshold you need to succeed than less buffer. And so that's an argument for the general tax. And then finally, it should be recognized that a general tax raises the same amount of money as a special tax. You can actually use the money for the exact same things you would have otherwise done with a special tax. It just provides a little added flexibility to the town to be able to, if something changes in the next few years and you have a higher priority that you need to address, the general tax can allow you to shift a little bit and address that. Special tax does not. And so I think a couple other things on those bullet points. I would just emphasize that, look, this is really kind of the beginning of the conversation in some ways, not the end, right? It's important that the town continues to outreach and communicate to your voters, and there will be a need for an independent campaign to sort of carry the message through to Election Day, should you choose to place a measure on the ballot. So with that, I end my presentation. I welcome questions if there are any from council.
Thank you, Tim. Maybe I'll just summarize staff's recommendations to council, and then we can open it up for council questions. So our recommendations, or sort of your to-do list tonight, if you will, is first, make a decision, are we moving forward with the November 3rd ballot measure? If yes, second decision is decide if that ballot measure will be for a special tax or general tax. And third is approve the final ballot language for the selected tax type. Once your council does that, later in tonight's agenda, we'll have a separate agenda item to adopt or to place the ballot measure on the November 3rd election as part of that election package. So that's the end of our presentation for now.
Thank you. Thanks, Hillary. Thanks, Tim. Charles, we don't get to hear from you tonight, huh? Maybe. Okay.
Ask a question. I'm here.
Okay, good. Thank you. And for those who are viewing us at home, the reason why we keep turning to the side, I apologize for that. It is a bit awkward, but we have our presenters on our right side. We have presentations on our left and in front of us, and there's actually nobody in front of us other than staff. So just giving you a weird update on why I personally keep looking to the side. I don't know if anybody else is, but anyway. Just want to put that out there. Any questions for staff, for our professionals also who conducted the survey? We've definitely been having this conversation for the past few months, so let's make sure we get all of our questions answered, and then we'll open it up to public comment. Jessica, go ahead.
I have one. I think it might be for Andy. If we do decide to move forward, as far as I recall, I mean, we've been having this conversation multiple times, and really the motivator behind even discussing putting the ballot measure together was to generate a consistent income source for affordable housing. It sounds like the general tax would offer us more flexibility for use of those funds, but it feels like we've always talked about the intention for this money would be for housing. However, if there's an extenuating circumstance, we could then use it elsewhere if needed. Can we change the language on the ballot to convey the message that the intention is for housing, however, it can also be used elsewhere? I see that in the testing, the questions seem to be very different. One said a general tax to be used in all these areas, and the special tax was only housing. But how do we convey a general tax with an intention for housing, however, flexibility if needed?
It's tricky to do that because what we cannot do is say or even suggest that the money from a general tax would be used for a specific purpose. Because if you say, hey, this is a general tax, but we think now we're going to use it for housing, that kind of makes it look like it's a tacit earmark, which would turn it into a special tax. And the legislature did it that way on purpose, knowing that earmarks are more likely to make a tax pass. So the idea is that we can't have our cake and eat it too by kind of suggesting that we're going to earmark it, but trying to take advantage of the 50% plus one lower approval threshold for general tax. So what you can do is you can list housing, as we've done, as one of the examples of the kinds of things that the council might spend a general tax on.
Okay, and then it would really be up to our community to take notice of the actions we've taken historically, in that we're kind of putting our money where our mouth is as far as the importance of affordable housing.
Yes, and if they read the language of the measure where it says the money would be spent on important community priorities such as housing, I mean, listing housing first is intended to kind of grab people's attention without really conveying that it's a commitment to spend it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Another opportunity that we've talked about that I haven't vetted with Andy, so he may tell me that I'm doing something wrong, is that we can, out of all of the general funds of the town, in the town's budget, create a housing fund, a separate housing fund that is completely under the council's control. It's kind of like our fleet capital replacement fund that comes out all out of general fund. It's based on your direction that we set that money aside, and we use it for that. However, it could be used for something else based on the council's direction, but it keeps that reminder in place that there was some intent. It's not directly related to this election, but it can be, kind of in a sequential way set up so that because we have some additional general fund revenue that we didn't anticipate, we could create a designated fund to use for housing. But if you had money in there and you needed it for something else, it would be under the current council's control.
Yeah, that's all fine. There's nothing that Kim said that's a problem. Some cities would also do something like adopt a resolution each year or just once, earmarking a certain percentage of general fund revenue for a specific purpose. And that way, if they decide to go back and change it, then the community can come out and yell at them. It's not binding, and a future council could change it, but it is another way of demonstrating some ongoing commitment to funding a particular thing.
Great. Thank you. And just to clarify, Kim, that just takes place during the budget process, as we always do. We say, yep, this ballot measure was intended for this, so let's make sure that we're allocating 2% to housing every year and just start a fund and
Yes.
at the following budget cycle.
It could be during the budget cycle. It could even be mid-year with council direction.
Right. Great. Councilmember Commendatore, any questions?
No questions right now.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
Well, I want to thank everybody that put together all this research. This is an amazing amount of information, and I think actually it will be very informative for us to reflect on this during the budget process, because clearly it gives us an understanding of the priorities in our community, which is very, very helpful. Hillary, before you walk away, just real quick. So this is bringing our current tax rate, just for everybody's understanding out there, is 12%. And this is going to bring it to 13.25.
No.
Incorrect. So right now we have two different types of assessments on our lodging, short-term lodging, which is hotel and short-term rentals. One is a transient occupancy tax and the other is a T-bid.
Yeah.
Right now, the total assessment is 12%, and that's 10% TOT, 2% T-bid assessment.
So the 10% is the town, 2% is the T-bids.
Yes. What this proposes to do is increase the town transient occupancy tax from 10% to 12%, so a 2% in additional in TOT. At the same time that we are considering this, the T-bid, which was approved for a 5-year term, is expiring on September 30th. The T-bid committee is actively working on renewing that T-bid, and we've worked with them closely throughout the past year on negotiating what that renewal would look like, with the expectation that there is a strong likelihood that the town would be going to ballot with this 2% TOT increase. With that in mind, the T-bid committee is looking at renewing at 1.25%, with the idea that that 1.25% would go into effect January 1st, which is when we anticipate the 2% additional TOT would go into effect. So at that point, on January 1st, if implemented, the total assessment would be 13.25%, which is made up of 12% TOT and 1.25% T-bid.
And one more slight wrinkle to add to that is the T-bid in their renewal process is putting in I don't know if it's a caveat, it's just sort of a clause that allows them to peg their T-bid rate anywhere from 0 to 2% with the opportunity to change twice. Where did we agreed on? I think twice within a 5-year period. So for example, if they want to go back up to the full 2%, then that would be 14 total. But they can only do that, I think, twice, right? Is that what we finally settled on?
Correct. So in 2023-24 fiscal year and then 24-25 fiscal year, they could either increase or decrease.
Or stay the same.
Or they can also stay the same. Doing so would be at the request of the T-bid committee and must be approved by council. The one correction I would add to what our mayor said is that the bottom threshold of the T-bid collection is 0.75%. Additionally, in the T-bid law, there's an opportunity to make additional adjustments, but that requires having a public hearing, which is a more complex process that council would be involved in if they ever requested an additional change or a change to an amount outside of that threshold.
And I understand there was robust discussion about that 14%. Versus what we've currently landed on is the 13.25. I was told the state average for TOT is 16%. Is that about right?
That sounds high. I do not believe it's 16%. But we did look at the total assessment, so TOT plus T-bid, again, at various destinations, and it really ranges throughout the state. For popular tourism destinations, we're on the low end right now at 12%. Many are in the 14% range, some as high as 16 or even higher.
Okay, thank you. And then I understand it was really interesting seeing the results of the survey also in terms of the opinions of our voters being much more in favor of the general tax and the broader use of this money. So I think that was very
separate groups, one for the general tax, one for the special tax. That creates a larger margin of error within each of the respective versions. That's going to be about plus or minus about 4.6% each version.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think you're allergic to the dais. It's okay. Any other questions from council? You're good? Okay. You're good? Yeah. Okay. let's open public comment. So we've gotten a few public comments. I think we've all had a chance to see anything maybe that came in before like 3-ish.
He's going to summarize that.
Hillary's going to, okay, so go ahead and summarize public comment. Public comment is now also officially open. Truckee at townoftruckee.com. The phone number to text or voice your comments are on the screen, so I will not repeat it. Right now? Or do you want to do public? Let's do public comment since I just opened it, and then we'll take 2 minutes? Okay. Is that okay? Okay. Let's do public comment, and then we'll take a very quick 2-minute break.
Great. We got some elegant public comments sent ahead. So first, Stacy Caldwell with the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, which convenes the Mountain Housing Council, said that Mountain Housing Council is not able to take a position on this item, but they acknowledge that the Mountain Housing Council partners appreciate all the town is doing to accelerate housing solutions for our community members. Second comment was from Jan Zabriskie. Mr. Zabriskie encourages council to follow the recommendations of the majority of the Revenue Measure Committee, which supported a special tax or recommended a special tax. He listed 10 different reasons for this, and I'll summarize those. A special tax is true to the original intent of providing a dedicated source for housing. Second reason, a general tax is not dedicated and future councils could allocate funds for other purposes. Third, with polling at 81% support, there's ample support to support a special tax. Fourth, garnering support for a special tax will be easier because there's a clear choice for voters to support housing. Fifth reason, the town's existing condition report shows that half of our workforce comes from out of town, which shows a great need for workforce housing. Reason 6, the popular vote for a special tax will demonstrate that housing is a priority to council and the community. Reason 7, special tax will signal to developers and investors that our community supports affordable housing. Reason 8, lodging industry relies on low-wage workers, so there's a connection between the tax and the demand for affordable housing. Reason 9, the existing 10% TOT already provides a general fund, which is a discretionary fund source, so the town has substantial discretionary funds in case of emergencies or unexpected situations. Reason 10, the committee did a thorough job analyzing the options, so council should follow the committee recommendation. I hope I did those reasons justice. Alexis Aller also submitted public comment representing MAP, Mountain Area Preservation. She did not specifically advocate for a general or special tax, but reiterated that our region desperately needs housing, and MAP has a track record of advocating for affordable housing. If the ballot measure passes and creates new funding to support housing, MAP is supportive. Steve Frisch from Sierra Business Council submitted a comment in support of a 2% TOT increase as a general tax. A lack of affordable and achievable housing pose significant risks to the quality of life in Truckee. Recent events show the need to focus on economic development and diversifying our economy, and we need to prepare for future disasters and disruptions. Providing the community, or this tax will provide the community and town leadership maximum flexibility and clear accountability to address all of these different needs. He also stated that Sierra Business Council would be pleased to endorse the ballot measure and work to ensure its adoption and encourage other nonprofits to do the same. And finally, Courtney Henderson supports a 2% TOT increase as a general tax. She stated that it's likely that we'll experience changing needs over the 20-year period of the tax, so providing that flexibility is beneficial, and that 50% plus 1 to pass is more attainable than a special tax. We also received written comment from Patty Baird, but I think she also submitted a recording, so we'll listen to that.
And then I forward you Jim Winterberger's comments as well. Great. We'd be happy to take that 2 minutes right now. Sure. We are going to take a 2-minute recess. 2-minute recess starting now. Okay. Is everybody good? Judy, you're good? I'll read David Tierman's comments after we close public comment. And Tom, are we good? Okay. We are back in session. We have open public comment. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for allowing us a short break. We are on item 7.2, transient occupancy tax increase, polling results and ballot measure decision. Public comment is now open. You can email your comments to Truckee@townoftruckee.com or voice recording to the number on your screen. And Judy is going to pick up where we left off with some of the public comment that has come in recently.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a text comment from Matt Miller. How much did the town of Truckee pay for the one-sided tax survey of the few selected individuals during the pandemic to increase our taxes? COVID changed everything. Are you people living in a bubble? Don't raise our taxes now, Matt Miller. And then I'm going to play several comments that we've received on the machine.
My name is Patty Baird. This is a condensed version of the letter I submitted to Town Council. My husband and I have owned and operated the Cedar House Sport Hotel since 2006. I am supportive of a 2% increase in the TOT as a general tax for the purpose of addressing visitor impacts. Tourism is a major economic driver for the town of Truckee. It is the mill of our town. However, tourism during peak periods has both positive and negative effects that affect the quality of life for our community. As a hotel owner, I don't sell a room. I sell an experience. Public investment from the general fund toward infrastructure, open space, housing, safety, and essential services not only provide quality of life for our residents, it enhances the guest experience and provides a favorable view of Truckee. I believe that negative impacts, if left unchecked, compromises our town's brand, reputation, and business financially. Mitigating those impacts through TOT funding are vital to preventing the erosion of both safety and quality of life for Truckee locals. There are shared values and benefits that tourism provides, and sometimes we fail to really understand those mutual advantages, including the acknowledgement that the cost to maintain those shared values continue to increase. If higher collections through a visitation tax does not pass, those increased costs could transfer directly to businesses and residents in the form of higher town fees or other taxes. I'm not naive to recognize that increasing TOT will stop those increases. However, I'm hopeful that it would lessen the need to seek additional funding that would have a direct impact on our residents versus our visitors. The past 3 months unquestionably showed the need for flexibility versus handcuffing a visitor's tax for one usage. It should also be addressed that raising taxes in a down economy or during times of uncertainty has often proved to be unwise and a hindrance to a faster recovery. There is strong merit to that thinking. However, I am still of the belief that we should not squander a chance to seek additional funding to proactively stay on top of all impacts, to not risk what makes this community unique, thus preserving the soul and essence of Truckee for both locals and visitors alike. With that said, I ask that if this ballot passes, that the date in which the tax increase goes in effect be delayed to October 1st, 2021. I believe this delay will offset concerns that raising taxes during a major recovery effort is the wrong approach. A delayed effective date allows the lodging community time to hopefully recover from the catastrophic hit that COVID wreaked upon our industry. We are in the very, very early stages of recovery while complying with stringent COVID operational requirements and adjusting to changing consumer behavior. Please let us get through at least the next 18 months to right this ship. Thank you.
Hello, I am Paco Lindsay. I'm addressing tonight's discussion item 7.2. I want to just thank the town council and town staff for working under these difficult conditions that we have. I am in support with a fall ballot initiative to increase the TOT by 2%. I also ask that this be taken to the voters as a general tax and not a special tax. A special tax will lock up the revenues solely for the defined issue and use. and will continue for the duration of the tax, which will likely be 12 to 20 years. As the COVID pandemic has shown us, there is much we cannot predict. A pressing need of today could just as easily be changed or solved in a few years, while new issues press to the forefront. The 2% TOT is discussed to go to the affordable housing issue. I am not discounting that today there is a large need to work on solving this issue, but I question taking all of the projected $700,000 per year coming from a 2% TOT and locking it up for nearly 2 decades only for affordable housing. That need could change, and again, other needs could arise. In the town survey, fire protection and preparedness for natural disasters, protecting the environment, and permanently protecting natural open space are 3 issues that pulled in front of the issue of affordable housing. What do we do with these issues? I ask that the town proceeds with a general tax, use these funds to take on the affordable housing issue in town, and to also address these other needs expressed by the town citizens. In closing, I ran the town's Measure R campaign that successfully passed in 2014. The 2/3 threshold that is required of a special tax would take a lot of heavy lifting by one single body of citizens that are the spokespeople for housing. While I do not doubt their capabilities or their commitment at all, it will require a lot of work from one pool of volunteers. A general tax only requires 50% plus 1 to pass. This will be a far less arduous campaign, and given the 2 or 3 other issues that can be recipients, the campaign volunteer pool will be much larger. Thank you very much. And again, this is Paco Lindsay.
Hi, this is Susie Tarnay. Thank you so much for taking public comment. I sent in an email, but it didn't get read, so I'm concerned. So I'm doing this again. If you've read the email, you may skip this. So I said, I'm concerned about the possibility of a special tax failing as it requires a higher percentage of voter approval. Please keep in mind that the election is in November, which is at the bitter end of fire season. Depending on the severity of this fire season, the special housing tax may be eclipsed by wildfire concerns. We desperately need the funding for housing, and polling has shown strong trust in our local government officials to use the funding as promised. Please consider a general tax, which is internally marked then for housing. Thank you.
The next comment was written and received quite late from Valerie Brinker, so I'll try and read it from her. As a member of the Revenue Measure and Housing Advisory Committee, I echo all of the points made in the fellow member Jan Zabrisky's public comment on this item. I would also like to add a few points of consideration on why I encourage the council to support a special tax for housing. $700,000 annually is a modest amount to take on so much of an expense issue as housing. The only way that we can radically make some sort of dent in the local housing issues to ensure 100% of those proceeds go towards housing and not be further diluted among other community needs. 2, I have heard town staff make the statement that they have never actually had a permanent, reliable funding dedicated exclusively for housing. Could a result of this be that we are currently shorthanded in our community's housing needs? In order to ensure our future improvement of the housing crisis in Truckee, we need to guarantee that the town has a specific ongoing funding for it. Although the most recent polling, this is number 3, sorry, the most recent polling showed that both special and general tax would likely pass, there are factors at play now that will continue to exacerbate the housing situation for Truckee locals. As a Truckee-Tahoe realtor, I and my colleagues have had the extreme increase in demand from Bay Area residents looking for both second and primary homes for rent and for sale. Most of them are admitted that the big reason for the interest in Truckee property is the new ability to work remotely. Pardon me. I am pretty confident that we are just starting to see the beginning of this, and that by November, housing will be even more of a concern to voters than it is today. Thus, I think a special tax will continue to get more traction. Some of the polling questions indicated that the general tax, the money could go for other community needs like open space, wildfire prevention, etc. But during all the discussions, the town council and advisory committee meetings, it's been said repeatedly that the money would really be earmarked for housing. I don't think it is right to try and curry favor with the voters who may not see housing as a priority and who may vote for a general tax with the expectation that other issues pardon me, besides housing will be addressed by these funds. That's from Valerie Brinker. I have a comment from Stacy Caldwell. When you say affordable housing, sorry?
I summarized that.
Oh, okay. Because this one appears to have just come in.
It might be different.
Emily Vista? A comment from...
You can go ahead and read those if they're different.
I'm not sure if it's different or not. Basically, it's a very short comment. Question, when you say affordable housing, is it limited to housing under 80% AMI, or can the funds be used for advanced achievables locals housing, or up to 195% AMI, as Mountain Housing Council has identified that need in the past priorities? Emily Vista, I am writing to express my support for the TOT ballot measure. I would like to see the council vote yes on the ballot measure to support the creation of a flexible local funding source for housing. I am in favor of restricting the funding source to housing, as my concern of the funds going to general fund will be utilized elsewhere. The importance of making affordable housing accessible to our local population is more important than ever. We are seeing rental prices soar and homes go for over asking price. I'd like to see TOT funds go towards local affordable housing in their entirety. There was an additional one here from Mr. Winterberger, and I'm having trouble locating it.
I forwarded it to you, so it might be from
you.
Right, from me in your personal email. Sorry. I can send it again if you'd like.
I found it that way. Let's see. I apologize. It's a struggle trying to get through this. Sorry. Did he attach a letter? Mr. Mayor?
No, it says there's actually no subject line. It says, I'll try to call in, but will likely be tied up. I can forward it to you directly.
That'd be great.
Or to Truckee at townoftruckee.com.
Either one.
Sure. I just sent it to there you go. Sounds like you got it.
It's just I got to figure out which one of these three I got it on. Sorry for the delay. There we go, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, would you forward that to my email?
I've gotten several other emails as well, sorry. So I will try to call in, but likely will be tied up.
Okay.
Yep, so. Honorable Mayor and Council Member, undoubtedly, raising the TOT in the current environment is not good for business or any others like mine. That said, despite the myriad of challenges presented by the current events, it remains important for us to stay true to our mission statement, which includes the promise of a good stewards of our community. Accomplishing this in the longer term is going to require some sacrifice, at least the least of which is supporting this revenue measure. Our employees, a vast majority of which are locals, and any employees for that matter, should have an honest shot at locals housing. The recent influx of new full-time residents not only puts additional demand-side pressure on housing, but it will strain our existing resources, include public infrastructure, education, and precious open space. I've learned a lot about myself and my family, my staff, and our community over the past few months. One of my key takeaways is perspective. Another is adaptability. The current housing issue is critical, no doubt about that. It is the immediate priority. However, the future will harbor obstacles, both known and unknown. What is important today may not be important when the future challenges arise. When the time comes, it will, our community can come together, put things into perspective, and adapt accordingly. Presenting the measure to the public as a general tax provides a structure that does just that. My saying the lack of focus on one specific issue will lead to the mediocre results, The money will get spread too thin and get lost in the general fund. I'm of the opinion that our town is exercise superb fiscal responsibility, and I am confident that the council's ability to allocate incremental funds in most impactful manner possible. It would behoove us to avoid handcuffing future council's ability to reallocate funding as best served by the community in the decades to come. Heather Raincow, advocating for a special tax. Did you? Okay. The whole reason we are looking for a TOT increase is solely for affordable housing. Thus, these funds should be 100% dedicated to housing within the town of Truckee. The only way to ensure that these funds are wholly dedicated to the housing are for special tax to go on the ballot, not a general tax. I do not support a general tax because it could be used for whatever the council decides to use it for. Yes, housing is one of the council's priority currently, but our current council is not always, our current council will not always be our council, and thus these funds being in the general fund are not protected the way the funds in a special tax would be. If we want to fund other items, wildfire, environmental protection, etc., then we should look for those funding opportunities. We shouldn't be using the affordable housing tax measure to do so. Now, previously, it was unsure whether the special tax would perform well on the ballot. Based on the updated data, it shows there's an 81% approval for a special tax. This, to me, is a no-brainer. I think that this is a true opportunity for the town council to put its priorities and monetary tax policies in line with one other, not just for the council's term, but for the town's future. Town council, I ask you herein to make your mark today in our town's future and provide sustainable and guaranteed funding stream for affordable housing by selecting a special tax to go on the ballot this November. Understand, if I cannot do great things, I do small things in a great way. This is a small thing that you, council, can do for your community, and it will really pave the great way forward for affordable housing in our community for the foreseeable future. And I believe I did just receive Susie Tarnay's, but she sent hers in vocally as well. So I believe that is all of the comments for this item.
Great. We will close public comment. Thank you. Thanks everybody for providing that. We know it's different and challenging, so thanks for rising to the occasion and making sure that your voice was heard. It's very important to us, so thank you. With that, I think we're ready to bring it back for council deliberation. Everybody is clear as to what our job is tonight, to decide on the 3 items. Are we going to ballot? Are we going to ballot with special or general? And then what should the language be? With that, I'd like to, I'm going to start. I'm going to read
Mr. Mayor.
David. Yep, I was getting to it. Just in a long-winded way as I got organized, trying to find everybody's stuff. I'm going to read David Tierman's comments. So unfortunately, David Tierman is not here tonight. He's having a personal health issue, so we wish him best of luck in healing and getting better, and I hope he's probably tuning in, I would think, but we hope that you get better soon, David, and can get back up here with us at our next meeting. And with that, I'd like to read his comments. Mayor Pallavi, Vice Mayor Klofstad, Council Members Abrams and Commendatore. Regrettably, I'm unable to participate in today's council meeting due to medical reasons, but wanted to submit a brief comment regarding Agenda Item 7.2. 2% TOT supplement. Based on the recent polling results and having had an earlier opportunity for a thorough debrief of the same, I believe that the best way to ensure a long-term sustainable funding source for housing initiatives in Truckee would be a 2% special transient occupancy tax, and would support placing a special transient occupancy tax initiative on the November ballot for the Truckee voters to ultimately decide. One public commenter in particular provided input that is perfectly aligned with my thinking on this issue. Public comment provided by Mr. Jan Zabriskie attached as a reference. Thank you, and wishing you all of the best with the decision on the important issue of a long-term sustainable funding source for affordable housing in Truckee. David Tierman, council member. With that, I'm gonna start us off tonight with just a little bit of framing, at least from my perspective, being involved with the TBID discussions and how all of that went, and just to provide a little bit of background on transit occupancy tax. And then just so everybody knows when they're up, I'd like to hand it over to Councilwoman Abrams after I speak, and then Councilmember Commendatore, and then we'll finish with Vice Mayor Klofstad, and obviously go around again after that, but wanted to give everybody a chance to at least get some thoughts out and see where we're going with this. So first, I'd just like us to focus, on exactly what we're here to discuss. So putting a transient occupancy tax measure on the ballot for the voters to ultimately decide on, and B, if we agree on this type of funding mechanism, what type should it be and what language should we use? I want to take a minute also to reflect on exactly what a transit occupancy tax is, how it's handled within a given business, because I think there's been a bit of confusion on this in some of the conversations that I've had with folks around town. But the TOT is a line item tax on a room night, and while it might slightly increase the price of a room night, it's still a tax and should be handled similar to a sales tax or any other line item tax. The lodging purveyor is simply acting as the collection mechanism. They are not impacted on their profitability or their bottom line if they choose to handle it this way. If they choose to price match or lower their nightly rate or wrap all the taxes into a stay, then perhaps it can be looked at as a detriment to their profitability. But at the end of the day, I equate it to sales tax. I set my price for a product, and the tax is collected after the fact at the register and is held as a liability on my books until I pay it quarterly. TOT is handled in much the same way. As far as the argument regarding Truckee TOT tax not being competitive or in some way the tax will drive visitors to other jurisdictions with lower rates, I simply don't believe that to be true. We have all been witness to the huge influx of visitors over the past couple of weeks. People are coming, and they're going to continue to come as long as we are open, and in fact, they will likely come more often and stay longer, especially with the current COVID conditions. The reality is, if people want to stay at the lake or in wine country, that's where they're going to go. If they want to be in Truckee with all our great restaurants, awesome community character, and access to the outdoors, they're coming here. Visit Truckee has done a great job at creating and marketing our community as a distinctive place, and they will continue to do that. It's really what sets us apart. We should also note that many jurisdictions up and down the state have TOT rates pushing 16%, so at a combined, if passed, 13.25, we are still well below that rate. Personally, I've moved myself over into the general ballot measure camp over the past 3 months due to a number of reasons, including the impacts that visitors have on our community, the increased demand on our real estate from folks desiring a move to the mountains, and a need for greater flexibility when addressing emergency crises and issues. I don't need to go into detail on all that, as I think we are all keenly aware of the budget issues we're facing and the emergencies that are yet to come. But we should not forget that first and foremost, this was and is a housing measure, and it's my opinion that it should continue to be a housing first measure. But there are and will continue to be other issues that will require swift, innovative, and flexible action, and I believe that this type of general measure will help address those issues into the future. I've personally worked with the TBID group for the past year and a half to reach a fair, inclusive, and equitable agreement on TBID funding, coupled with the potential ballot measure tax increase. It was this cooperation that has resulted in where we are today, and the fact that a few of the lodging purveyors have indicated strong support for us proceeding in this manner. It's really important to reflect on this point because the folks collecting the tax and most directly affected are mostly supportive of the direction we are headed. Both Jim Winterberger and Patty Baird on the TBID committee supported this direction. They understand it will improve our employee housing base, support initiatives that enhance Truckee's visitor amenities, and provide value back to the broader community, those that are actually placing their vote. I'd like to acknowledge the comments and points made by David Tierman, Councilmember Tierman, Jan Zabriskie, and many others, but I still don't see a single committee or even a single person who has stepped forward to offer to run a committee to get this thing passed as a special election. I asked those in attendance at our March meeting, April meeting, and I believe 2 out of the 3 committee meetings for at least one volunteer to step up. Nobody has. As Paco pointed out in his comments, with the heightened interest in the national, state, and local election, there will be so many campaigns going on with volunteers tied up, there simply isn't a housing champion or champions that have stepped up to the plate. It's always up to us, whether as a planning commission or on council, to make these really tough decisions, often in the face of significant opposition. It is up to us to always be brave, whether we're planning commissioners or council members, to make these decisions that do have consequences, that sometimes are in people's backyards, that sometimes have a high degree of opposition, but yet we make those tough decisions. It's important when we think about that because we also make the tough budget decisions when we take this seriously and move it forward. When you also dig into the data, the importance of housing, and I think it was on slide 11, only actually garnered 71% when uncoupled with the other issues. To me, that is a very low margin for victory without any champions ready to hit the ground running. If we need to spend another 2 months finding those champions to run the campaign, it's going to be an uphill battle. So to wrap up, I'd like to make it clear that for a variety of reasons, I do support a 2% transit occupancy tax increase coupled with a general tax ballot measure, utilizing the ballot language in our staff report. I can obviously go into all the reasons why I believe this is the way to go, and I have many more, but I would like for my fellow council members to please speak, and if necessary, we can get into those. Based on the updated polling and the fact that support grows when the general tax purpose is broadened, I think it's important for us to listen to that and allow the voters to decide. With that, I'd like to hand it over to you, Councilmember Abrams.
That was very well said.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bear with me. As soon as I sat down, I started sneezing, so I'm a little bit congested. I completely agree. I'm a huge proponent of having flexibility, and nobody has a crystal ball. So I trust that our community has the wherewithal to ensure that whatever council individuals are sitting up here are ones that are going to really be proponents for what's important at that time. And right now, housing is important, and we've proven that. We've taken action. We've spent money. We've developed projects. We're really showing that housing is important and is critical. And so, instead of saying we need money that's set aside that can only be used for housing, it removes any opportunity for flexibility if we have an extenuating circumstance, if we have anything where we might need to be using it elsewhere. I trust that our community can choose who's up here, and they can choose, therefore, how that money is spent and how that money is used, as opposed to having to control it through the direction of a ballot measure. I am in favor of putting a ballot measure on. I am in favor of having it be a general tax. If we have huge issue with that, I'm not tremendously heartburned around it, but I'm more in favor of general tax than special tax for this. I feel like that flexibility is really important.
Thank you. Councilmember Commendatore.
So, where do I start here? So, a couple things. I've been thinking a lot about this. I've been listening to what everyone's saying. I've been kind of thinking about throughout the last number of days since we were presented this new data, and kind of looking back at where we're at, how we got here, where we're going. One of the things that I've been hearing a lot of is housing is really, really important, which is exactly why we started this whole thing further back than in 2016 when, as the timeline showed, it started before that. Housing has always been a problem. It's going to continue to be a problem. It's going to be a problem going on for 20 years. It's not going to go away. We all know that. Housing is going up right now as we speak. So when I hear that when I know that's the reason why we're here, but then I always hear the but. What about something else that might come up? It makes me flinch. It makes me feel like I know we've been a very responsible town. We've been fiscally diligent at doing what we need to do. But as soon as you put a but in there, suddenly it's really important, but because there's other things that might come up in the future, we don't have a crystal ball, says that it's really not that important. It's not as important as we want to make it be, and as much as we said it had to be. We created a committee for it. The committee was designed and selected to represent the population of this community and come up with a decision. They recommended, I have 9-4, but maybe it was 8-4, whatever vote. That's a pretty significant margin between the two to go with a special tax. I look at the entire tax we already have 10% of the TOT tax that goes into the general fund. If there's a problem, we need to use it for wildfires. We have 10% of the TOT tax that goes into the general fund. This is specifically for housing. It's been for housing. It should be for housing. And I just don't know how we can continue to go down and be transparent and be honest when we go into these conversations. I realize things change. I think you all know where I feel about wildland fire and the issue with the town. I'm torn because that's a really important issue, and obviously statistically, when the results show that that's really important to everybody else as well. But that's not why we were here. That's not what we were talking about. And there is still another 10% out of the TOT tax that could go towards that, not this 2%. So at the end of it, I think one other piece I wanted to add, that's why I don't think I said this, was as far as future staff and future town council members, this town has been very, very good at it, and a lot of it's because of the person in charge of our purse strings, helping us through the budget process, keeping us on the straight and narrow. At some point, Kim will retire, and we don't know what that looks like down the road. I mean, I'm just being honest, Kim. So we don't know what that looks like down the road. We don't know what the next town council members are going to be. We don't know what's happening, but what we do see changing in our political structure right now is more and more people showing up for their agenda items. More importantly, for whatever they want to, whatever their issues are. And when you get that kind of a elected body, then it's whatever pet project or whatever important issue they got elected for, they're always going to push on. And whatever the 4 or 5 of us say up here today may not hold as much water to their issue that they think 5 years from now. And it may not be well, anyways, I'm trying to cement housing as a problem that we've always had. It's a problem we're always going to have. It's a thing that we need to put the money to if we're going to do this. It's a thing we need to honor, and we need to continue to drive down that road and stay true to ourselves. There always will be something else that's going to come up and say, what about this? Oh no, we have another emergency. It's happened in the past, it's going to happen in the future. And I really feel very strongly about sticking to the plan and making it happen and putting money where our mouth is. That's it.
Mayor, I apologize. I have 2 public comments that came in earlier today that I was able to locate.
Okay. Hold on one sec.
Sure.
Do you mind if do you want to do? Would you
No,
like to speak first, or?
that's fine. I also just want to make sure that we get Stacy Caldwell's question answered about the affordable housing limit on AMI, if we could. Thank you.
This is from John Borden, as the owner of the Truckee and Truckee-Donner Lodge and the participant of the TOT 2% Evaluation Committee. I support the need for an increase, but to start at the date of October 1st, 2021 for a general fund. I urge council to understand that Truckee's lodging industry will struggle to be sustainable for at least 18 months with severely reduced inventory due to COVID compliance requirements, high sterilization supplies and labor costs, and heightened struggles to hire staff as we now compete with new and larger businesses in town like Raley's and Grocery Outlet. Appreciated new development, but we all compete with the shrinking labor pool. It could take 18 months for Truckee Lodging to get back on its feet. Thank you for postponing this increase. And then from Sky Alsop, I hope that you are well and healthy. While we are hopeful with tourism reopening, the painful reality of partially opening up inventory at significantly reduced levels for homes and the high cost of adding sterilization materials, procedures, staff cost, and time makes sustainability under these conditions questionable, especially if a tax increase is implemented too soon. I recognize and support the need for the town of Truckee to find ways to increase revenue, and the survey results show support for the increase in the TOT to help support housing. That being said, please postpone the start date of the 2% increase in order to give us time to recapitulate deep revenue losses and increase operational overhead. We hope to be a continued contributor to the Truckee's jobs, TOT, T-bid, and sales tax coffers for years to come. We need your help to get us there. Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, or you want me to?
Thank you. Public comment is now closed a second time. Did you have something to add, Hillary, before we, you had a question you wanted answered?
Well, it just occurred to me that Stacy Caldwell had asked a question about what the AMI level that this could be dedicated to would be.
Sure, and I'm looking towards our town attorney to correct me if I say anything incorrect, but the ballot measure does not use affordable housing as a defined term specific to a sort of legal AMI level. So there is flexibility in using it for achievable housing beyond the 60% or 80% AMI level.
So we could indoctrinate Mountain Housing Council's definition of achievable and affordable housing.
Correct.
It would ultimately be council's on council's purview to approve the projects and programs under the housing program that, like Shauna Doherty has brought to you already. So the seated council would have the authority to decide how those monies were spent, what type of projects.
Thank you. Okay, my turn?
Your turn.
All right. Well, those were great public comments, first and foremost. I just want to thank everybody that contributed because obviously we've talked about this a few times. So I think our community was anticipating this discussion and showed up robustly with their opinions, and that's very helpful for me. I think this was a really great discussion and great set of data to look at in order to consider this. I do think, Councilmember Commendatore, what you're talking about in terms of making the commitment to housing is really important. But I do believe that we have done that. I think it's this council's intention to commit that money to affordable housing or achievable housing, especially since we've committed so many funds to it in the past. And I think the impacts of tourism are really something that we have mitigated in a minor way so far, and I think in the coming 20 years over the course of this tax, we are going to see much bigger impacts of our tourism, or of our tourist community. And really the impacts of those are always going to be borne primarily by the permanent population. We're the ones that pick up the trash and protect our watersheds and create safe environments for our neighbors and our visitors alike. So I really do think that if we don't include the preparation for natural disaster and environmental protection, I think there's going to be some people getting to the ballot box or receiving their ballots in the mail, as the case may be this year, and they're going to say, wait, why are we not taking into consideration my top priorities, which are environmental protection and wildfire mitigation? So I really believe that this needs to be a general tax in order to allow that flexibility if needed. Again, we don't have a crystal ball. We have been proven very strongly just recently that we really don't know what's going to happen, what's going to come around the next corner. And I think lastly, I'll just close with, I was elected to serve the residents of this community. And I think they put their trust in me because they know I'm going to make responsible decisions from the dais. And this goes to what Mayor Pallavi talked about, that we ultimately have to make those tough decisions. And I know a general tax is not popular amongst a few, but I think it is wildly popular amongst many. And I believe that this is the moment where we should transfer that responsibility to the voters to decide their own fate and allow them the chance to vote their conscience on whether this should be a general tax or a special tax. And I'll make the last point that we can put this on the November 2020 election. We could put a special tax on any election. The next time we can do a general tax is going to be November 2022. Is that correct? So I think now is our time. This is our time to make our mark as council members and create a sustainable funding source that will support housing and potentially other impacts of tourism and disaster preparedness as necessary.
Thank you very much. It sounds like, I believe we have a majority. So what I'd like to do is maybe hit 1 and 2 together. So A being, are we going to ballot? Actually, no, let's handle them separately because I do think I want to give everybody the opportunity to vote individually on all 3 of those items. I think that's kind of important. And then before we get into the language, I'd like to maybe offer up some type of agreement. We did hear from the lodging properties regarding a different start date, and I know we asked that question of staff ahead of the meeting, and the question was basically, how does all the timing work? So we can put any time we want on the, correct me if I'm wrong, Annie, but we could say collections start at any time. Is that accurate? But it has to be on the ballot language. But the caveat being there's some issues with TOT communications and how we do all of that. So maybe just...
Yeah, it does not have to be on the ballot language itself. The council has the ability to simply not collect a tax that the voters have authorized. But if the council does decide after the voters approve it to delay implementation, that's fine. But as you say, we do need to be very, very clear and give the lodging community a bit of a heads up so they know when they need to recalculate and when they need to remit.
Yeah, so basically what I was going to say to that is mostly because we have such a great working relationship with the T-bid committee, and they are also right now in the process of renewing, and we don't actually know if there will be a renewal or not, would be for us, as if we do move this forward, to sort of stay the course with the timelines put in place and allow for some type of adaptation and communications with the T-bid committee as they renew, and if they have a successful renewal, then we have all of this in front of us and it all has the same start date, and they've proven very effective at finding ways to either grant back some funds or something that allows us to stay on the same communication timeline is sort of the compromise that I was going to make sure that the lodging community at least heard from the dais, if everybody sort of agrees with that. Because we just don't know yet if they're going to even exist, come November. So I think that'd be premature to change any timing there.
Yeah,
would just
and
be
then
my
the timing of this can start accordingly.
Exactly, would be my suggestion. So let's move with number 1. So first was our recommended actions. A was to receive the polling results for the increased ballot measure, so we did that. 2, consider the options for a general tax increase or a 2% special tax increase, and select the preferred option. So I guess we're there. So would either Vice Mayor Klostad, would you mind a motion on item number 2?
So I move that we proceed with the 2% transient occupancy tax increase ballot measure for the November 3rd election.
A general tax, is that what you said?
Are we doing it separate?
I'm just going through, so do we need to approve the polling results? Does that actually need action?
You do not need to approve the polling results. You could add the general tax in with the proceeding with November 3rd.
Okay.
That could all just be one action.
All right. So I move that we proceed with a 2% general transient occupancy tax increase ballot measure for the November 3rd 2020 election.
I second.
And let's do a roll call, please, Sarah.
Councilmember Commendatori,
No.
Councilmember Abrams,
Yes.
Mayor Pallavi,
Yes.
and Councilmember Klostad.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then do we want to amend the language as provided to us in the staff report? Or is everybody fairly comfortable with that? Personally, I'm fairly comfortable and prefer to lean on the professionals who provided that.
Same.
How about another motion, Vice Mayor Klostad?
I move that we approve the general tax ballot language provided by staff.
Second.
And roll call, please, Sarah.
Councilmember Conmanatori,
Sure, yes.
second chance. Councilmember Klovstad,
Yes.
Mayor Pallavi,
Yes.
Councilmember Abrams.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So you have the direction, we have the direction, everybody has the direction of where we're now headed in November. And we'll leave it to somebody to update us with what comes next.
You'll see this again in item 7.7, where you will officially place that on the ballot in November.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. This has been a really it's been a very long process. It's been very engaging process, and I just want to thank everybody once again who was part of the committees, who's provided comment up until now, and I hope that you all will continue to stay engaged on this issue as we move towards November. Is everybody good for a moment if we keep going? Do you want a break? What do you want to do? Do you, Tony, how we doing on this end? We're okay. Let's keep going. We have an incredibly meaty agenda this evening. Might be here a while. Yeah. Item 7.3 is the public hearing for adoption of residential solid waste service rate. Erica Mertens, your turn. I think you have the next few, Erica. Yes, you do.
Sorry, bear with me.
Would you like us to take a break? We can. No? Okay.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I am going to review the solid waste rate proposed increase and also give you a brief update on the programs and how we arrived to the programs that we have in place today. So first, I just want to remind everyone, many of our council members that are here now were not here when we first approved these programs 3 years ago. And at that time, we heard from both our community and council members that it was important to bring sustainability to the forefront. And as part of those new programs with TTSD and developing the new franchise agreement, we worked to prevent up to 3 million plastic bags from being landfilled over that course of 10-year contract period, eliminate the need to buy blue and green bags, and also reduce recycling contamination and increase diversion from the landfill by keeping those materials cleaner. So we rolled these programs out in a series of 3 years, starting in 2018. And part of that was so that we could learn as we went along, and also so that we could help spread out the costs of the programs over 3 years so that it wasn't one significant jump all at once, but we were really able to ease the rates, keeping in mind trying to be sensitive to our ratepayers while also providing more services. So just to recap on what these services entail, for trash, that pickup has not changed. It's in a 32-gallon customer-provided can. So again, that's just a standard 32-gallon garbage can. This is serviced weekly, and there is no can averaging. That is a thing of the past. Any additional cans are charged $5.65 per can. Something that we often get comments about is kind of phantom overage charges. And while I think it might be uncommon to note what is actually a trash overage. So I just wanted to kind of revisit that for folks to make sure that they're not being charged extras unnecessarily. So it's important to make sure that the water line, or that the garbage is below the water line, not overflowing, and if residents are still utilizing blue bags, that they are placed next to the can, not on top of it, again, limiting any overflow. The other thing that we hear about is sometimes people are putting blue bags inside of a second can. Again, put it just next to the can, next to your single garbage can, unless otherwise you will be charged extra. Another service to avoid these overage charges is utilizing a scheduled overage. So residents can use 4 overages per year, and each overage can be for up to 3 extra cans. So let's say during COVID times when all the kids are back in the house and everyone's working from home, you might be generating more waste than you normally would, in which case you could go online to waste101.com into your customer account and schedule this overage 1 day in advance of your service. We also have 2 bulky item pickups per year for single family residents, and this can entail something like a couch or a mattress, but it is important to note that for items that maybe contain Freon, like refrigerators, there might be extra costs to account for the proper disposal of those materials. And these can be scheduled by calling TTSD at their customer service line. So for recycling, as I mentioned, we rolled out the recycling carts over the series of 3 years, and we have just completed our 3rd and final phase. And now every neighborhood in Truckee has recycling carts. So residents had the option to opt in to a blue cart, and those are free for residents. However, at this juncture, because we are 3 years into the program, and provided ample opportunities for folks to subscribe, delivery fees do apply. The recycling carts themselves are serviced every other week, and blue bags are still serviced weekly. So again, placing those next to trash cans is important. And let's say you have a blue cart and you need extra capacity, or you're not sure you can be there to bring your cart back in, whatever the case is, you can still continue to utilize blue bags if you need to do so. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that's a reminder to please place carts appropriately 3 feet apart from any other items, and the wheels are facing your curb or invisible curb. In the summer, we have additional communal drop-off for recycling, and that's here behind Town Hall in the back parking lot. Some blue cart data for you guys, just an update on where we're at now. We have 5,500 residents that have opted in for the blue carts, and we've estimated saving 150,000 blue bags last year. So this picture on the right is an actual photo of our waste stream at Eastern Regional Landfill, and you can see it's a mix of clean recyclables, both in blue bags and not, because the blue bags do go into a secondary sort with the rest of our recycling. But what you can see here is unsoiled recycling, and that's really important in order to capture as much materials as possible to give us the most potential in order to recycle and divert from the landfill. So for green waste, we have a myriad of options for green waste disposal, and the most popular being the curbside green waste carts, similar to the blue carts. These are free, and residents can opt in to receive up to 3 carts for free. However, again, delivery fees do apply at this juncture. These are also serviced every other week, so alternating weeks with the blue carts. And new this year, these are being serviced from May to November. And so that extra month of November is to address the many requests that we received from community members in the last 2 years to extend this through the late fire season, as we have seen decreased snowfall during the month of November. And it's also important to note that this 7th month is being funded this year by the Solid Waste Reserve Fund, and it's not, therefore the rates that you see today are not being impacted by this 7th month. The next option we have for green waste is a discounted dumpster rental. Beginning July 1st, this rate would go up to $81.28, which is still a great deal, about half off of what the normal cost would be for a 6-yard dumpster. And the way that works is it gets dropped off in your driveway by TTSD and picked up 1 week later. It's a very cost-effective way to get rid of a lot of materials all at once without having to go anywhere or bag your materials and take it away. New this year at Eastern Regional Landfill, they are using punch cards, so residents can receive a punch card, and this was an effort from ERL to be more expedient how they processed customers coming through the line, because oftentimes during the summer months there will be a long backup of cars at the gate, and this is actually helping move that along quite a bit, which is great. And the way it works is a customer needs to just prove their residency upon their first visit, so bringing an ID and a utility bill, and after that, the card is actually transferable. So it's an easier way than what we used to do, which was having folks download coupons online. This way, now they just go one time, receive their punch card, and you can give that to a neighbor or your contractor or a relative, whoever, in order to drop off material on your behalf for free. And this is for up to 6 yards in whole increments. Something to celebrate during this time is the green cart data that we have from last year. So this is all numbers from 2019, which was the second year of this program. And we have, after 2019, we had 10,051 carts that were out in service, and that number is still growing today. We collected 1,139 tons of green waste via the carts, and that was actually a 250% increase from the tonnage that we collected in 2018, the year prior. And in looking at the historic average collection in green bags, it's a more than fourfold increase of tonnage. So it just goes to show how successful the green cart program has been in really collecting, effectively collecting green waste from residents' homes, which is really great in helping to make our community more fire safe and more accessible for people to move those materials. And then an added bonus of that is that we estimate saving 114,000 green bags last year. So quite a bit of plastic saved from the bags themselves. We also started a community food waste drop-off. So there are 2 locations that residents can bring their food scraps here at Town Hall in the rear parking lot. That's available year-round, 24/7 access. And then the second place is at the demonstration garden, directly in their compost piles there, or collecting from Slow Food Lake Tahoe at the Tuesdays Farmers Markets, and that's in partnership with Slow Food Lake Tahoe. We have slightly varying materials that we accept both here from our commercial food scraps collection and what the community garden accepts, but for the most part it is just food items. So that means no paper products, napkins, bioplastics, anything like that. And lastly, we've got a customer portal. There have been some significant updates on there, and that is waste101.com. That's TTSD's website, where you can sign up for your customer account. And with that, you can do things like paperless billing, so paying online, scheduling an overage. That's the extra cans that we talked about. And also a new update is getting more real-time notifications. So a complaint that we've received frequently over the years is receiving bills. The bills that are sent out for extra services are done on a quarterly basis. And oftentimes, 3 months later, it's hard to remember what you did yesterday, let alone how much garbage you put out 3 months ago. And so these notifications are being sent the week of service, and that way people will be able to have a more transparent look at their account service. In addition to the standard kind of trash and recycling residential services, these rates also fund all of our Keep Truckee Green programs, which we have focused a lot on our waste reduction and trying to reduce how much waste we produce in the first place. So one partnership that we've had long-standing is with SWEP and the school district. On the left, you can see an example of the compost tables that we are working on to be in place at the schools next year, or at least one pilot school next year. Things changed, of course, for everyone with COVID, but we are looking forward to implementing that, and we've had a lot of strong partnerships with SWEP, school district staff, and a lot of really engaged students, which has been great. Also in here, you can see pictures from some of our events that we've held at the Truckee Roundhouse, like our Fix It clinics, where people can bring in broken items that need mending and learn how to fix them. We've also had a great partnership with the Roundhouse in hosting First Tuesdays for Planet Earth, which were free events to learn how to make items that reduces single-use waste. And speaking of single use, that is another big push initiative that we've been working on. I think I see Mayor Pollevy's daughter in one of these pictures. But in any case, last year, we spent a significant amount of time doing public outreach with community members, business stakeholders, and we compiled the single-use reduction report all about single-use foodware items. And we actually had over 60 people attend our public workshop in October, which was quite unprecedented for us, talking about garbage, quite frankly. So that was exciting. And we are looking forward to bolstering that work again when time allows, and the environment that we're in, so to speak, allows to kind of revisit the reusables again. We also continue to do a lot of outreach. Here you can see Mel and Aaron at one of our many public-facing events. Last year, we tabled at 17 different events or hosted events, and estimated engaging with 2,000 members of the public, from Earth Day to Fix-It clinics and the workshops. We've also been part of the Take Care campaign partnership with many of the environmental agencies around the region, and you can see an example of our Sled Hill Corral that we've had over at the Sled Hill for the last several years, collecting any leftover waste. And then, of course, our main Truckee event for us is Truckee Day, and this year we had a historic turnout with over 1,000 volunteers in spite of the pandemic, and we had a socially distanced cleanup day, which was really a tremendous turnout for our community, and I think just exemplifies how much people care about our natural environment. We have an active social media account and website, so if you aren't already following us on Keep Truckee Green, we've got both Facebook and Instagram, and some other interesting statistics. Whoa, sorry about that. Other interesting statistics about our online presence is we've had a 400% increase in website traffic on keeptruckeegreen.org since 2017. So basically, since we rolled out these new programs, we have just seen growing traffic, which is a really useful way for us to get information out about these programs and keep people up to date about events and any changes that are going on. Another initiative that we've been working on is the Truckee Litter Corps. That's something that we started last year, and it's just a monthly continuation of our Truckee Day efforts. So we have monthly meetings of volunteers that are picking up litter around town, and here you can see our very own Vice Mayor and Council Member Tierman. So staff is also exploring other litter abatement programs, as this has been a topic of interest. And some of those programs are looking at increasing our litter-focused school outreach and education, more public outreach, utilizing the chamber to make sure we're hitting our visitors, and also the short-term rentals. We're also looking at how we can leverage the volunteer efforts that are already ongoing with Truckee Litter Corps, or TLC as we call it, by doing an adopted neighborhood program, possibly having a kind of a report a litter email inbox that could be then directed for our volunteers, and also looking at incentives for special events when they come back, and incentives for contractors to have responsible cleanups for their events. All right, so all of those programs, all of the services are seen here in the solid waste rates. You've got the base rate plus the 5% franchise fee for the solid waste agreement. And that is all of the standard services that I outlined. And the Town of Truckee administrative fee, that covers all of the many outreach community programs as well. So that brings us to a proposed residential solid waste rate of $391.22 for the year that would go on to the property tax roll. I'll briefly touch on the commercial services. They're similar but different than the residential. So we have trash, mandatory recycling, which is free, food scraps as an option. We have a limited number of restaurants, mostly restaurants and food service related businesses that are captured under our local ordinance, and then also cardboard. And the makeup of the commercial rates is really dependent on each business's subscriptions. So they're all different from one to another, but effectively it's the base rate of whatever their garbage services are, plus a town admin fee, and that's their total monthly rate. So this is kind of an example, but to note, the recycling is free. So let's up to the equivalent of their trash subscription. So let's say a business has a 3-yard dumpster for trash. They can have up to 3 yards of recycling carts for free. Food waste is priced at 50% the cost of a trash. So again, let's say there's a dumpster that is $100. The same size dumpster for food waste would be $50. And for cardboard, it is 10% the cost of mixed waste. So it really helps to incentivize businesses to divert their materials accordingly instead of putting it in the trash, because their recycling, food waste, and cardboard options are obviously much more cost effective than the mixed waste. Similar to our residential, we have a lot of outreach that we try to do for our businesses. We have technical assistance programs. We have free signage, free containers for businesses. And right now, one of the things we recently worked on is we sent out a procurement guide for all food service related businesses in town. That was sent out just last week. And that was a request that we got as a result of the single-use foodware workshops. We're also evaluating the subscription levels of businesses right now, as, of course, some businesses, I should say, have lower capacity now than normal. We are just trying to ensure that businesses have adjusted their service levels accordingly and are trying to make sure that there are not any unnecessary subscriptions. So in closing, I recommend that council conduct a public hearing, that is this, and approve residential and commercial solid waste schedules and adopt resolution 2020-50 requesting the Nevada County Auditor to collect the residential fee on the Nevada County property tax roll.
Thank you very much, Erica. Very comprehensive and much appreciated to get the background and summary of where we've been and really where we're going. Any council member questions? Councilmember Abrams, do you have any questions? Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Erica. I know you've been working on this for years. I really appreciate all of the effort that goes into it. Well, I remember when we were first talking about this contract and we knew that the prices would be changing each year. Are the prices consistent with how, when we first started, this is just a continuation of the conversation we've been having?
Yeah, that's exactly it. The rate increases are consistent with what we first kind of projected at the beginning. The first 3 years would be more significant increases. There's actually supposed to be kind of a rate review after this third year. TTSD has requested to delay that by 1 year due to the many challenges that we're all working through right now. And so we're going to honor that. And in fact, it may end up working in our favor as a result because of lower revenues from this year and how that would impact the rates, the rate review. So yes, this is on track with what we expected. There's also a couple other variables like tipping fees that have gone up, meaning the amount that we pay per ton at the gate for material that goes across Eastern Regional Landfill. So we pay a certain amount per ton, and that has gone up some as well due to many factors. But yeah, we're on track, and next year I would think we would have a very incremental increase, and then the following year we would potentially see more of an increase after the rate review.
Can I just follow up on that really quick? Okay, just to clarify, so as part of this rate increase, was a fixed rate increase that was sort of expected through the term of the contract, and then a smaller portion, I don't know if you can assign a percent to it, is actually market rate tipping fee increases and other market things? Can you like just...
Yeah, there's some kind of more, I guess, fixed costs that was for the blue cards and the increased number of yard waste dumpsters. There's some costs that we projected to be over that 3-year term. And then there are other indexes that also get applied.
Great. Councilmember Commendatore.
Yes, I have a few questions. That was a lot of stuff, but there's one thing that I know that from our conversation in the past that I don't think that we hit on, but more for our viewers, and maybe you can give a real quick highlight. One of the comments we've seen are, why is it so much cheaper on the lakeside versus our side? And you listed a lot of stuff, but what's the contrast? If you could give a quick contrast so people can understand that, then I'll ask my other two questions.
Sure. So that is a comment that we received, a public comment that we received and I'll just summarize, is that why does it feel that our rates are higher than those that are in other parts of our region? And the short answer is we have a lot more services that we're offering. It's not just a trash collection and everything goes into the trash. We're collecting the trash. We're offering bulky item pickups. We have many different outlets for yard waste and so on. And then all of the supplemental programs as well. So, yeah.
And I think it'd be fair to say that also our trash issues locally are maybe different than other places from where other people may have come from, perhaps maybe the Bay Area, where we transport a lot of our trash out of here. So there's additional cost to that, which causes the cost to be more expensive. We have snow issues, which causes the cost to be more expensive. There's a lot of other factors as well. So comparing apples to apples is not really apples to apples, it's apples to oranges many times. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. So now my two questions. Thanks for clarifying that for everybody else. One, just as a personal use, but also I know you said it yourself, many people have complaints about overages. So the way the system's set up, just from a point of customer service, wouldn't it make more sense, since they're really good at noting you and charging you that you have an extra can, that if I don't remember, it was 3 or 4 overages per year, that everybody gets 3 or 4 overages per year and you don't get charged until you exceed them, since they're already marking it? Wouldn't that seems to me to be a simple thing? Would that be something we could look at or see if we could?
Yeah, that's certainly something that we explored during the negotiations process, and I think something that we tried to advocate for during that time. Unfortunately, it's also very similar to kind of the antiquated like can averaging system that we used to have in place. Part of the reason why we wanted that TTSD wanted to have it in this manner is so that they're prepared for the capacity that's needed. And I would say it's something that we could look at doing, but I think that would have to be an amendment to our contract the way it's currently written.
And the customer actually gets more advantage if they let TTSD know. They just have to let them know by the night before. And so a bulky item can be a quite large amount of stuff. And so, or the extra, pickup can be quite a large amount of stuff. So a little, like my husband sticking an extra bag on top, I'd hate to give up my advantage that I have from actually using the program the way it's intended.
And in all my years of living up here, and I guess I've had 24 years of putting garbage out up here, I never knew that we're supposed to call ahead until now. So maybe we got to get better at communicating that, because that would be something to be good to know. The other thing is for both cards, obviously both successful programs. I personally like them a lot. And we want them to be more successful. We want more people to use them. I get the money part of it, but we're charging for delivery now, and it seems to me if we want more usage, we should always offer it as a free opportunity for someone to get to use it. And I know it's probably not in the contract, but is that something that maybe later on we can address or?
Yeah, I would certainly say that is something that if the council felt that that's what we wanted to offer as a free service, I agree that might incentivize more people to utilize it. I think one thing that we could explore is utilizing the solid waste reserve fund for that. I don't know.
Yeah, just remember every single service has a cost.
Yes.
And so it's really for you all, we could bring it to you, and then for you all, it's that cost benefit to the community.
Right, but I think the goal is more people use recycling actually lowers the overall cost of everything. And so put a little bit more up front to get more people involved actually lowers the price and actually does a better job for what we're trying to do. So, okay, those are my questions.
Or maybe what we could even do is just have like a special week, that we run in order to limit it or something like that. Just a thought. Then at least it's constrained and the people who don't pay attention still have to pay.
Yeah, we have done a series of pickup events, free pickups from Town Hall. We did a pickup on Truckee Day. And so we have tried to get creative and help people obtain the cards without paying a fee. But at a certain degree, after so many years of trying to reach folks, the garbage company and us, for that matter, feel that it was kind of time to get people to get with the programs and get the deliveries.
Sure, I get that. And I guess I'm just thinking of just truly customer service,
sure,
not financial. So if you want people to use something, you make it easy.
Yeah, agreed.
I learned something tonight too. I didn't realize the punch cards were transferable, so I'm going to go get one and give it to my neighbor.
Perfect.
Erica, thank you so much for all of this. You and I talked earlier today. It's a lot of data, very, very complex rate structure, but your presentation made it clear that the reason for that complexity is to both make it as fair as possible and to also incentivize waste diversion. And I think you've done a tremendous job of that here. And you and I have been working on this for much longer than I've been up here. And it's so fascinating to me with COVID now. We've analyzed garbage for years, not just us, we have, but all countries analyze their garbage. And now with things like we're working from home, we're not at schools anymore. I mean, the school district cut their service down to the minimum. Now all that trash is happening at home. Now we have all these single-use disposable things again. It's changing so rapidly that I just want to acknowledge that and give you a shout out for how flexible and responsive you've been to all of those things. So I don't really have any questions. I really appreciate the time you spent with me earlier today and the response to my other questions. I think this is an amazing program, and I'm also very excited that we expanded into November for green waste. So thank you.
No questions? No. At this time, I don't have any questions either. So at this time, let's open public comment. Any comment for or against these changes? You can call or text in to the number on your screen. And I believe we've gotten a few up to this date. Did you want to summarize those, Erica? Or
Yeah,
okay.
I will summarize. We have one from Gregory Chan, and he would like to submit protest in opposition to the proposed rate increase, and he is a resident in Tahoe Donner. The next public comment.
Was there any reason?
It was a very brief note, but
Okay.
he submits his protest.
Okay, didn't know if there's anything else. Yeah.
Let me see. We have another letter from Eric Diedrichsen. And I believe all of our council members received this one some time ago in May. So I'll do my best to summarize, but it is longer. So his main concerns were that what Tony brought up earlier, that being that our rates are higher than our neighbors in the region or other parts, and ultimately would like us to look at the Placer County one big bin system for our materials, being that it is more cost effective. Summarizing here. Okay. Next one is from Dean Freeman, and he opposes Dean opposes the rates increase, and in particular because of what he says is extremely poor service and an incomplete recycling program. One, many times his can has not been completely emptied. Two, he's charged for overages where there are none, and when he calls to complain or request why there's an overage, he does not receive an answer. Three, the area where they park the truck typically has a significant amount of trash laying on the ground after the service and is not cleaned up. Four, they do not properly service their trucks, leaving residue on the ground. And five, from their perspective, TTSD is not accepting enough plastic types with only 2 plastic types. And until they see a significant improvement in service, they are opposed to the rate increase. Okay, and then finally, the last one is from Elizabeth Dale. And her concern is that this is a burden for, I'm sorry. I think there might have been another public comment that came in later. But this public comment is writing to oppose the proposed rate increases. She's a homeowner on Snowflower Court, and she believes this is 3 times higher than the rates of those folks in the Bay Area and Orange County, and is dissatisfied with her service. I believe there was one other, Judy, I'm not sure. Okay.
If you want, I'll take over and
Yeah.
do the ones we've received during the meeting as well.
Great. Sorry.
It's all good. So there were a couple of comments that we received via voice message that I want to play for you.
Yes, I'm calling regarding property address 11384 Beacon Road, parcel number 019-190.
I apologize, that's for the putting the deal on the tax rolls.
For delinquent.
For delinquent charges on the tax rolls. Yeah, which is the next item. From Maria, I called over the summer to add to the list of blue cycling bins. I was told they would arrive January 2019. We have not received one, just wondering if there is what the delay is, and she provided her address on Ryland. And I think, and then
a fixed income.
Yeah, the older one, the elderly.
that one's on Laserfish, correct? Sorry, we have about 4 locations that these emails are coming in on, so. You have it?
Okay, I've got one.
From Paul?
From Paul, yes.
So we have a handwritten one provided by from Paul, I believe it's Contos. To whom it may concern, as a senior citizen, I want to protest the solid waste rate increase. There is no valid reason for this increase, especially when we have reduced service. This puts a burden on me as well as other citizens, especially under these trying circumstances of COVID-19. Please do not allow the increase to take place. And he provides his mailing address. And is that the only one we thought we had there?
That's the only other one I know of.
Okay. That's it for your public comment. Thank you.
Great. Public comment is now closed on item 7.3. Any council deliberation or a motion to proceed? Anybody want to make any changes? We didn't ask the question of what happens if we don't approve this. Don't do that, okay?
We spent years doing this.
Well, then let's have a motion, Councilmember Abrams.
Can't talk. I move that we adopt Resolution 2020-50 requesting Nevada County Auditor to collect the residential fee on the Nevada County property tax roll.
And a second from this side.
I'll second it, but I think she also wanted to add on there to approve the rates, solid waste, residential.
I'll approve.
And community, right, commercial, solid.
We're conducting the public hearing and approving the rates.
As well as request.
Oh, I thought that was part of the resolution.
Yes.
Okay.
So I second that.
Including that we approve the.
We have a motion by Councilmember Abrams, falling apart quickly. A second by Councilmember Commendatory, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes. 7.3, done. Erica, take it away. 7.4, and then we're going to take a break.
I will be brief. So TTSD collects, as you've just approved, the rates for standard services on the tax roll. Any superfluous services are directly billed to the customers themselves. And for delinquent accounts that are more than $50, that have a balance of more than $50, we have the ability to put this on the tax roll for the following year. Okay, well, I've already covered all of that slide. So I will just move on to the recommendation, which is that staff recommends council conduct a public hearing and approve resolution 2020-51, establishing delinquent residential solid waste service accounts.
Thanks, Erica. And council member questions? Any questions? We do this every year. Jessica's ready. Any questions on this side?
Just for our viewers' benefit, they have until what date to correct this before it goes on the tax roll?
I know that this is in the packet. Yes, thank you. July 10th.
Excellent, thank you. That's it.
You're on it. And my only question is, so these are, I'm sorry, did you, oh, these are basically overages that aren't built into the existing property tax bill, and therefore people either aren't getting their bills or they're just ignoring them and tossing them. That's basically
Correct.
what this is. And so in order to recoup those costs, we're putting it back on the property tax bill, so it just gets paid.
Exactly.
Copy. Great. Opening public comment, item 7.4. I know we have at least one.
Yes, I'm calling regarding property address. Yes, I'm calling regarding property address 11384 Beacon Road. parcel number 019-190-000, account number 030154. I'm calling regarding a bill that we have gotten from the town or actually from the disposal company that is going to be taxed to us for the amount of $433.86. This is not a service that we requested. We never signed for anything. We never received any service. The prior owner apparently has made this, had incurred this bill, and since it wasn't ever collected from them, now it is being transferred to us. The bill is not our responsibility since we did not do anything, since we did not receive any service. The bill should go to the prior owners that made the request. And I feel that it is immoral that it is going to be taxed to us just because we can be leveraged, when in fact we have nothing to do with this whatsoever. Anyways, I hope that I can talk to somebody in person regarding this issue somewhat soon. My phone number is 530.
Any more? No more. Officially. All right. Closing public comment on item 7.4. I don't know, Erica, if there's a way to pull one of those out, but maybe at least look into that customers' issues and we can pull that out. Otherwise, Councilmember Abrams, you're on a roll. How about a motion? Any discussion? Sorry.
Well, just that I would agree. I mean, I'm not sure what the legal responsibility is or isn't, where it starts and stops when you purchase a house. So if you picked up a bill, if that's correct, so it'll be, before they go down this road, be good to know.
Yeah, we've actually already reached out to TTSD regarding this issue, so we'll hopefully be able to resolve that.
Great. Thank you.
I move that we approve Resolution 2020-51, establishing delinquent residential solid waste service accounts.
I'll second it.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes unanimously. We're going to take I think we need a good 10 minutes, maybe 7. It's a couple hour. 7-minute break. We still have at least another hour or two of business to attend to for all viewers. So bear with us for a bit and we'll be right back. Thank you. We need some candy, Judy.
I'm fading. I'm fading fast. I'm glad it's not 9:30.
Tom, we're good? Okay.
5 minutes or less, Dan.
5 minutes or less, Mr. Wilkins. Whew, I don't know. Okay, we are resuming our session here. We are on to item 7.5, public hearing, Underground Utility District Number 2, Ordinance 2020-05, amending the municipal code, section 13.06. 10 minutes on the timeline. Ready, go.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for introducing the item. So the item that's in front of you, oops. Hold on a second. You reboot this for some reason. So this is the underground utility district that for the downtown area that came to the council back in April. At that point in time, you adopted a resolution that was basically announcing your intention to create an underground utility district in the downtown Truckee area. At that point in time, we talked about the rationale behind an underground utility district and what it accomplishes, so I won't repeat that. This map depicts the streets that the underground utility district would be created within or along. It's a picture of the typical overhead utilities in the downtown area. So there's really three major steps that involve the town council for creating an underground utility district. One is to adopt a resolution identifying that you intend to do so. You've completed that already. A second is to hold a public hearing for the first reading of the ordinance that would create the underground utility district. That's what tonight's meeting is. And then assuming that we conduct that step, then we would come back to you in your second meeting in July to conduct the second reading of the ordinance to put the underground utility district into effect. We've received one comment based on circulating the resolution from AT&T. Basically stating that they don't believe that the underground utility district formation makes them automatically responsible for the full cost of undergrounding AT&T infrastructure within the UUD boundaries. I've talked about the comment letter with Andy Morris, our town attorney. We do not believe that the comment constitutes a protest to the formation of an underground utility district, rather AT&T's commentary as to how it may or may not affect their financial responsibility in the future. Ultimately, the issue of financial responsibility would be determined as individual projects are developed and designed within the underground utility district boundaries. So the recommendation is that the council conduct a public hearing regarding establishing underground utility district number 2 in downtown Truckee and introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance 2020-05. That's it.
That's it. Thank you, Dan. Any council questions? Jessica? We did already talk about this. This is the second reading of it. Councilmember Commendatore.
I only have one question, Dan. I feel like I saw a public comment today from AT&T representative.
Yes.
I'm not even sure what my question really is, other than and to understand the context of that. I think I withdraw my question.
I think maybe the question is, what happens if it was a formal protest? Or what, but it's not, so it doesn't matter?
It's not, so it doesn't matter. AT&T is governed by a set of rules called tariffs that are issued by the Public Utilities Commission, and one of them deals with when they have to pay to underground their lines. And under some circumstances, if we tell them to underground, they have to pay. Under some circumstances, we completely have to pay, and in some circumstances, it's kind of like a hybrid. So all they're saying today in their letter is that they don't agree that they fit into that first category where they have to pay all of it. With Truckee-Town, they did pay all of it, and I'm sure that we'll have further discussions. It could end up being that they agree to pay all for some segments of the lines in the underground utility district, but that they won't pay for others. There could be some compromise available. It's not the end of the conversation, and it doesn't hold us up from informing the UUD.
That help? Yeah. Okay. Anything Vice Mayor Cliffstad? Any public comment on this item? Obviously, we had the AT&T letter, which we all saw. That one was submitted prior, and everybody saw that, right?
I think she has a verbal.
No, she does too. Okay, let's hear it.
There was
Public comment is open on item 7.5. Phone numbers on your screen or Truckee@townoftruckee.com.
Whoops, I muted her.
AT&T External Affairs. I was just calling in to let the council know regarding the letter AT&T sent earlier today for the council regarding agenda item 7.5, underground utility district. We have concerns that the underground utility district does not meet the following 3 criteria. First, if the undergrounding will avoid or eliminate an unusually heavy concentration of aerial facilities. Second, if said street or road or right-of-way is an area extensively used by the general public and carries a heavy volume of pedestrian or traffic. And 3, if said street, road, or right-of-way joins or passes through a civic area or public recreation area or an area of unusual scenic interest to the general public. We look forward to working with the city staff going forward to address these concerns, and we thank you the time for taking this. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you to the gentleman from AT&T.
I believe there was one other comment we received. Okay. I'm going to try and make sure that we've got it covered. Allison Shelley. So
and I believe
we received a...
Your mic's not on, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just not close enough to it.
And I believe Allison's was provided to us ahead of time as well.
Yes, it was provided to you ahead of time. Would you rather prefer I don't read it?
It's pretty short. Go ahead.
Okay. As I could not attend the meeting in person, please accept this letter from my husband and me to all concerned as a submission to the public hearing for June 23rd, 2020. Read the adopted resolution 2020-13 initiation regarding the formation of the underground utility district number 2 boundary. As the Tanini building owner and previous longtime business tenant of the Old Tanini House, and she provides the address. We fully support the resolution to form an underground utility district and look forward to the other sides of the track receiving the town council support for an overdue infrastructure improvement. We believe that our West River Street tenants, our business tenants, their customers, Truckee visitors, and all of our local businesses and visitors within the District Number 2 boundary will benefit from the improvement, helping to integrate District 2 area into the overall Truckee downtown business visitor district infrastructure and visual landscape. And that's it.
Great. Thank you to both public commenters. Public comment on item 7.5 is now closed. Any discussion or looking for a motion from Councilmember Commendatore?
I have no discussion, but I'm trying to see what the motion is. What are we approving?
It's right in front of you.
Well, we're conducting a hearing.
Yep,
Okay.
we did that.
Oh, there it is. First reading. Okay, so we're waiving the first reading and make a motion to waive the first reading to ordinance 2020-05.
And a second? Anyone?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thanks, Dan. This very confusing one. Item 7.6, adopt the CEQA vehicle miles travel thresholds. Becky is going to lead us through this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this item was before you in May, at which point you authorized staff to issue a notice of availability to basically present our proposed VMT thresholds and then start a 30-day public comment period for people to comment on them. And so now we're back tonight with the recommendation of the final VMT thresholds. So just a little background. This all came about from Senate Bill 743. So in that, it was determined that the criteria for determining the significance of transportation impacts must, quote, promote the reduction of greenhouse gases, the development of multimodal transportation networks, and a diversity of land uses. So what that really meant was that we would no longer be using level of service as our measure for transportation impacts under CEQA. Level of service being the way that we look at capacity and operations of intersections and roadways, mostly based on delay. And instead, we'd be looking at vehicle miles traveled. So that being said, it doesn't mean that we can't look at level of service. We can still do that. There's still general plan policies about level of service. Just before I get too far into this, I did want to say that we really developed these thresholds with a few things in mind. We wanted to develop thresholds that were defensible and responsive to the requirements that were set by the Office of Planning and Research and set out by SB 743. We also wanted to encourage development that had less VMT impact on the community than existing projects. And we also wanted to develop a policy that was not burdensome for projects that are good for VMT. So with that in mind, we developed some thresholds. So just a little background, what is VMT? So it's vehicle miles traveled. And as an example, if you drive 3 miles from your one car drives 3 miles from the house to an office, that generates 3 VMT. Or a 1 mile trip from an office to a store is another VMT. And then maybe you might drive home from the store to home, that's another 2 VMT. So that whole day you might be generating 6 VMT. Another way to look at it is if 2 vehicles travel 5 miles each, you generate 10 VMT. Or if 5 vehicles travel 2 miles each, you generate 10 VMT. So the way to reduce VMT is to either reduce the number of trips or to reduce the length of the trips. So as I mentioned before, we developed our thresholds looking at a couple different sources. The OPR developed some guidelines for jurisdictions to use for developing their VMT thresholds, and we really started with looking at that and trying to follow their guidelines. Nevada County Transportation Commission also hired a consultant, Fair and Peers, who does a lot of VMT work in the state to kind of come up with some recommendations for all the jurisdictions in Nevada County. So we use that as a reference. We had discussions with Placer County to see what they were doing. And then most importantly, we hired LSC, our on-call traffic consultant and the maintainer of our town traffic model, to do kind of a Truckee-specific analysis to look at sort of these guidelines, but how to develop thresholds that were good for Truckee. And I will note before I forget that Gordon Shaw from LSC is actually available on the phone right now if we do have questions later, although he won't be presenting. So as I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but really our goals were to have policy or thresholds that were defensible, simple and easy to apply, and limited unnecessary analysis. So what we ended up with is really there's two parts. There's the actual thresholds. When do you determine if a project has a significant impact on VMT? But we also developed these screening criteria. So if a project meets one of these screening criteria, it can be presumed to have a less than the significant impact on VMT. So the projects that would get screened out under this proposal are new affordable units or local housing. Residential development that's located within a specific area. There's a figure in the policy, and this is it. So any new housing that's in the green area there would be presumed to have a less than significant impact on VMT. And I do want to note that these are not, this area was based on part of the detailed analysis that LSC did, where they found that trips generated in these areas tend to have a lower trip length than other areas in town, and so that's how that area was developed. Local serving commercial developments that are less than 50,000 square feet. Local meaning that it's in Eastern Nevada County, Eastern Placer County, or Eastern Sierra County. This threshold or this screening criteria did come right out of it's not exactly like this, but this came from the OPR recommendations, and so that 50,000 square foot is a threshold that is identified in their recommendations. Transit and active transportation improvements would also be screened out, or transportation projects that are consistent with a list that's provided in the OPR document. So it would include like roundabouts, traffic calming devices, and roadside safety features. Okay. So let's see, we saw that. So then, if the project's not screened out, what we would do is evaluate, we would look at this criteria to see if it has a significant impact on VMT. So the first thing is the project, so it would be considered to have a significant impact on VMT if it is inconsistent with the general plan land use forecast, such that the project generates a net increase in VMT from what would have been generated from the Truckee General Plan land use forecast. So that last bit is actually one of the things that we recommended in the follow-up staff memo that we sent out, just to clarify. So what this means is if we had a project or an area that had assumed the general plan and the general plan traffic model assumed that it would get built as commercial development, and then a project comes in that's a housing development, that's not necessarily a significant impact unless that housing development generates more VMT than that commercial development that was originally assumed. So that's sort of what that means. And we were recommending the clarifying language to just clarify that. And then the big part is that the project's daily VMT per unit development is, if it's greater than 85% of the townwide average for that land use type, then it would be considered significant. So unit of development it depends on the land use. If it's commercial, it would be square feet of floor area. If it's residential, it would be dwelling unit. So those are the thresholds that we are recommending. We received a fair amount of public comment. I would actually say we received a lot of thoughtful and detailed public comment on this. The folks that provided public comment prior to the staff report being published is listed here. And that was also summarized in your staff report, so I'm probably not going to go through those in detail. We've also received public comment since then, which I'm going to try to summarize right now. I'll start by just saying there was some follow-up questions from Jan Zabriskie and Pat Davison from the Contractors Association, and that information was provided pretty far in advance of this meeting, so it was just us providing some additional information to them. But to summarize kind of the formal public comment that we received on this, we did receive a letter from Pat Davison at CAT, and in general, they had support for the local screening of housing, but had questioned the relevancy of the income-based screening. And they also noted that a higher percentage of market rate units could improve chances for affordability. What else? They also said that they requested a baseline or quantification of the existing average daily VMT per unit development. So they wanted to know exactly what the VMT per unit development is at the current baseline, so they know what projects would be get compared to. They wanted to know how much the new requirement would cost developers, and they also wanted to express that they supported a VMT mitigation fee that would work like an in lieu fee, not a flat mitigation fee for all new development in town, but one that would be, if a project needed to mitigate VMT, they had an option to pay an in lieu fee to mitigate that VMT impact. We also received a follow-up.
Becky, before you keep going.
Yeah.
So did you have answers to Pat's first few questions, just while we're on the subject, so we could stay within one line of thought and we don't have to bounce around as much?
Sure. So on the question about the providing a baseline quantification of the existing average VMT per unit development, we could do that. It does take some time to run the traffic model to generate those numbers, and considering we're going through a general plan update at this point, it seems, and we're going to have a new traffic model here shortly, it's our opinion it's not worth doing that effort right now. As of right now, it would be on a case-by-case basis. So if you had a residential project come in, they would just need to figure out what that baseline is for residential, and they don't have to do it for all the different land uses. It's just the land uses that they're evaluating. So that's kind of our response on that one.
Yeah, and I think our suggestion would be that when we do the general plan update, that we create those baseline benchmarks that Pat's suggesting. The reason we're not recommending to do that now is I don't necessarily, there may be a dozen different land use types that are out there, and we may get an application for one or two of those between now and a general plan update. So we'd be doing a lot of analysis to establish these baseline benchmarks that in all likelihood would not be used and then we would have to update them when we update the new general plan, when we do the general plan traffic model anyway. So we would be going through that step again and incurring that expense a second time. So if you're a developer who comes in before the general plan update traffic modeling work has been completed, your cost to do that traffic study will be higher because you would have to do that baseline analysis, and that would be the trade-off. We could do that analysis for all the different land use types, but again, I think a lot of that work would end up not being used. So,
thank you.
And going back to Kat's first question about, I think their comment really had to do about the 75% threshold that we added for the affordable housing. So what we clarified is that for a project to get screened out under the affordable housing threshold, we wanted to see that at least 75% of the units were affordable or local. I think there's a concern that that's the right threshold. And in talking to Pat Davison, I believe that they would like to see a lower percent. Like, for example, if you had a project that had inclusionary housing, and that would be 15% affordable housing, it was while that might have some impact on the VMT, we didn't think that would meet the threshold. So our intent was to set a threshold that the 75% should include all the types of housing that is affordable. Their main purpose is to provide affordable housing, and not for all the other housing developments that have to provide inclusionary housing. In terms of the cost to the developer to do the additional VMT analysis, I don't have that estimate. I mean, Gordon might be able to chime in on that.
Well, and it's going to vary based on a project. A small project is going to be less. A large project is going to be more. So it's going to be very scalable. I mean, traffic studies for current development projects tend to range from anywhere between $10,000 and $50,000. Again, depending on the scale of the development, I would expect it would be in that same overall scale.
And then the comment about the mitigation fee, that is a potential thing that we can develop in the future. It's just not part of this proposed action right now. So Ruth Miller had some additional comments. In general, she didn't support the housing and the commercial screening criteria. Alexis Olar from MAP, she felt the screening criteria was too flexible and specifically requested that the local housing be excluded from the exemption, the affordable housing exemption, or not screening criteria. And then we also received an email from Jan Zabriskie, which I think came in just as we were starting this meeting, so I'm not sure that you've had time to look at that. But in general, he had a concern that the language is not clear and ambiguous, and he also had a specific recommendation to clarify some of the language related to the mitigation measures. That makes it clear that if you have a significant impact, your mitigation measures must reduce your VMT impact so that it is, at the 85% threshold. So that he had specific language that he suggested, which, if that is something that the council would like us to clarify, we could add that in. I think that summarizes the comment that were received to date in written form. Let's see. So we had some proposed changes that we had from the thresholds that were in the notice of availability and the thresholds that were in your staff report. We did make some proposed changes, and they're kind of just summarized here, but we added definitions to clarify terms. We added the affordable housing screening criteria that I talked about earlier, and we also provided some additional clarification about what kind of methodology would be used to evaluate VMT. And this slide just sort of summarized some of the edits that we were recommending after the staff report was published. And I think I've kind of touched on this already. We are suggesting that we added some clarifying language that just says that it's a project impact is considered significant if it generates more than what was assumed in the Truckee General Plan land use forecast. And then there was, the addition of this word was really just a typo for the significance for the overall project under the thresholds. There was also some additional comments that came in from Jan Zabriskie and Pat after the staff report was published, which I think are worth making. There was just a reference to the development code that was missing a 0. And then Pat's recommendation that we need to clarify that the 75% requirement for affordable housing not only applies to the affordable, but also the local to meet so in order for the project to get screened out, either the housing needs to be 75% affordable or local. So that pretty much summarizes what we're recommending tonight. So our recommendation is to adopt the resolution 2020-21, adopting the VMT screening criteria and thresholds of significance under SB, this for CEQA, and in compliance with SB 743, but also including the modifications to Exhibit A as outlined in this staff presentation.
Thanks, Becky. And as you can see, there's a lot of technical detail in this topic. A couple of themes that came through in the public comment that, in staff's opinion, are kind of clearly in the council's policy realm. One is whether or not to allow projects to be screened out. So as Becky mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, one of our goals was to not require unnecessary analysis or unintentionally discourage development activities in the areas that should be below average from a VMT standpoint. So the notion was areas where, so if Becky could bring that map back up. So the notion, using this as an example, residential development in these areas, as per the traffic study that was done to support these recommendations, was identified by and large to meet or exceed that 85% less than 85% of average threshold. So we could not have any screening criteria in our policy, which would mean every single project that required CEQA analysis within this, what I'll call kind of infill area of Truckee, would have to fund an individual project-specific VMT analysis. So we can do that. That's clearly within your policy discretion. The reason we're suggesting that we not do that is that residential development in these areas that are closer to the core of town, that are closer to commercial services, will generate less VMT than residential development, for instance, in the outlying areas of town. And this was our attempt at identifying a geographic area for residential projects where we felt that the burden of additional project-specific VMT analysis would simply increase project review costs for an applicant as a result of needing to do the VMT analysis. So that's one category. The other category is commercial. So with the commercial exemptions that are recommended, those really tie back to the Office of Policy Research guidelines on how to implement these types of policies. The theory behind that is that if you have commercial development, it's effectively serving the residents that live in the vicinity of the commercial development, as opposed to drawing people up from Reno, as an example. So we had a lot of conversation about whether the 50,000 square foot threshold that was in the OPR guidelines made sense or not. I think that's arguable. I think if you as a council felt like that should be a 20,000 square foot threshold instead of a 50,000 square foot threshold, that's clearly within your realm as policymakers as to what types of projects you would want to exempt from having to do the detailed VMT analysis. It doesn't mean that the project would have a VMT impact. It's just a question of what types of projects you want to require to do the technical analysis. The theory with commercial, again, is that it responds to demand within a geographic area, and that ultimately commercial development would not be successful if there wasn't a nearby demand. In this example, would commercial development here in Truckee reduce the number of trips down to Reno and back, as an example? So to go to commercial properties that aren't, and commercial services that may not be available here in Truckee. So I think that's another category you may want to have some policy discussion on. And then one of the themes in Jan Zabrisky's comments, which I thought was very good, was a desire to add clarity, add definition, add specificity, which I think is a good thing. The less we leave to interpretation in the future, the better. I think given that this is a new policy that's being implemented not only here in Truckee but throughout the state, I do believe that we'll do as good of a job as we can to make this very specific and very identifiable in terms of how to implement it. With that being said, I think there will be cleanups that we will find will be necessary as we implement for this policy the first 2 or 3 times, and that one of the advantages of adopting this policy as a resolution is we can quickly do that type of cleanup. And if there's some additional cleanup you'd like to see now, we can do that. We think we have enough detail to implement this policy in a fair and equitable way, the way it's currently written. But we can always add more detail. And then the last kind of category of dialogue that we've seen was around the notion that if a project has a specific impact, a significant impact for VMT, is there kind of an automatic kind of go-to formulaic mitigation that you can jump to, either in the form of paying money or building a project? At this point in time, that does not exist. So a project that comes in that is determined to have a significant VMT impact would be reviewed and in order to identify mitigation measures to that VMT impact, it would be very project specific, based on location to transit services, location to sidewalks, location to trails. There may be different approaches to help that project reduce its VMT impact based on the specifics of that project. I think there is an opportunity for the town to evolve further in the VMT program to create a more formulaic approach for projects that don't have a good project-based approach to mitigating VMT. But we would see that as a subsequent step as opposed to trying to develop that tonight. So that's it.
Thank you. Becky, you're good? Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. Questions? Tony? Lots or?
I don't think I have any questions right now.
Okay.
There's a lot that I'm still absorbing.
Processing.
Dan, thank you for that additional clarification. Yeah, this is another very complex issue. Well, can somebody tell me about what the square footage of our new Rayleighs is?
I believe it's in the 35,000 square foot range.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's not including the Mountain Hardware next door, right?
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, that's a big store. So I just can't wrap my head around the 50,000 square foot size. The 20% of employees come from outside the region. So that's if a new business comes in, wants to build something, and they say, yes, 20% of our employees are going to come outside of the region, and then they would have to do VMT, correct?
Yeah, what we would expect is just about every project proponent would suggest that less than 20% of their employees would come from outside of the region to reduce the likelihood that they would have to do that analysis. And then there would be some discussion between community development staff, the development team, and engineering staff as to whether that seems reasonable given the proposed use type.
So is it an either or? Like if either one of those can trigger the requirement to do a VMT calculation? Because, for example, Rayleigh's, there's a possibility that more than 20% of their employees would come out of Reno. Possibility.
The thresholds were set up. We're looking at employees and where they live for office, but we're looking at customers and where they're coming from for commercial. So I just want to clarify that. So the either or being, you would look at for commercial like Rayleigh's, you'd figure out where the customers are coming from
rather than the employees. Okay.
With the notion being that the bulk of traffic activity from a grocery store is more customer oriented than employee oriented. With an office building, traffic activity is going to be more related to a number of employees and where they're coming from, because there's less public interaction in office uses than there is in a grocery store, as an example.
And so one of the things that we could do here in order to, because this is a pretty complex issue, is similar to what like TRPA does. They literally have a chart, and every type of use produces a certain VMT, and you pay a fee based on that. Nobody has to do their own calculation. They've done it for you. When I put a new student in a classroom at Tahoe Lake, it's 0.9 VMT per student, period, and you just pay up.
Yep. Yeah, that could be a phase 2 of this effort, would be to do exactly that kind of a program.
Okay. And then the 75% affordable or local. Now, we define local as within the TTUSD boundary, correct?
That was, and I'll ask Danielle to correct me if I'm wrong, that was how we defined local for purposes of the Triumph development. Yeah.
Coburn Crossing.
Coburn Crossing.
But have we defined that for here?
These thresholds don't specifically define that, so
that would be an area we could clarify. I think that's what was in our mind.
that it would be consistent with the boundary, because if we're trying to keep people here rather than having people commuting from Reno, TTUSD boundary is pretty big, so I don't know that that's necessarily reducing our VMT if we're going to consider the TTUSD boundary as local, but Reno not. That doesn't. So I think defining that would be really important. I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Okay. My questions, I think some of them have been asked, and a little bit is for more of discussion. But I mean, basically, it seems like the majority of the comments, and we're going to get to public comment in a second, I know, but what we've seen already has to do with the screening criteria. I mean, in general, it seems you've done a great job, and LSC did a great job on the VMT program in general, and we're sort of digging into the details on the screening criteria, and that has been the focus of most people's energy at this point.
I'd say that was what we saw as one of the more substantive policy-based set of comments.
And on the residential development side, I mean, we're basically saying any type of residential development, regardless. I mean, it could be 1 unit per 10 acres. It could be, 16 units per acre. It doesn't matter.
Within that boundary.
Within that boundary.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I think that was it. I guess it's more of a question, maybe for Danielle, or seeing how you guys fit. I mean, by keeping in the local quotation or whatever, the local stipulation, I mean, are we opening ourselves up, do we think, in any way to just this continued alternative equivalent discussion? And does it kind of keep pushing that envelope of every single project wanting to do an alternative equivalent? And because here's yet another way that they're going to get out of something else, and we're going to keep debating what's an alternative equivalent on the back end, causing time and money versus, to me, it's almost like we're broadening the process unnecessarily, because everybody's asking for an alternative equivalent now anyway, and we sort of said we're not going to do that right now, or we're at least going to wait to get a Coburn assessment and see how it's going.
Right.
So I don't know if we're opening a can of worms or creating more problems.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the point properly. So I think the alternative equivalent that you're referring to relates to housing requirements.
Precisely.
Where there's specific formulaic housing requirements or this catch-all language that says or something that's
Precisely.
Equivalent.
Correct.
Right?
Yes. And so are we opening ourselves up to more of this sort of like gray area stuff in all these different negotiations that we're going to, that we keep having, without really having clear direction? Whereas if we just took it out, there's no gray area. It's just clear. It's there.
Sort of. So, yeah. So let's say we've got a development project that comes forward that doesn't meet any of the screening criteria. So it does a VMT analysis, and it's determined to have a significant impact, which means that development, let's say it's residential, generates more than 85% of what an average residential unit in Truckee would generate. And let's say it's 92%. So then it's like, well, okay, there's a significant impact, which then gives you as the town council the ability to deny that project. If you felt that significant impact was a reason for that development project to not move forward, you could say we're going to deny it because it has a significant impact. Alternately, you as the town council or the planning commission could say, okay, you're at 92%. If you build this trail, build this sidewalk, put money into transit, et cetera, then we believe that gets you back down to the 85% threshold. So to the extent that that's not a formulaic process right there, then it does open up some of this alternative equivalent type dialogue. So I'll stop at that. Yep.
And I think, I mean, to your earlier point, this is our first crack. I mean, this is our first crack. We can adopt it, obviously, as we go through the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. You know, it's an adaptable piece. And I think most importantly, what you saw, at least in my questions, and I think a lot of other people's are, yeah, phase 2 is going to need to follow in order to be able to have it sort of make more sense on the ground level, right?
I think going to what Anna was referring to as the TRPA approach, where they've basically say you generate this VMT, you pay this money, and you've mitigated. That's something that we could do. What we would need to think about is whether we want to apply that only to projects that aren't screened out, or whether we would want to apply that to every project, because every project will generate some additional VMT. What this policy is trying to do is encourage projects to develop less than what the current norm is, if you will. So I think the policy question on a VMT mitigation program that's going to be important is how broadly do we want that to apply to smaller developments as opposed to the larger developments? You know, our traffic impact fee program, as an example, every single new house, you know, pays into that traffic impact fee program. You know, that would be one end of the spectrum in terms of what a VMT mitigation fee program could look like that would generate more revenue for VMT mitigation. Another approach would be more like with the housing program. There's certain size developments that trigger housing requirements and others that don't. The size developments that trigger housing requirements are the ones that would either pay the in lieu fee or develop the housing or come up with an alternative equivalent. And then there's this other broad category that's kind of below the radar on that. So I think potentially as part of the general plan update, it could happen sooner, but another opportunity would be as part of either the climate action plan preparation or the general plan update. That could be a good forum to have that conversation on how aggressive do we as the town want to be in a VMT mitigation fee program as it relates to the smaller development versus just focusing it on the larger projects.
But within that example, aren't we already picking winners and losers? We've already picked the winners. Anybody within the half mile of DPR. So what happens when somebody, for example, in Glenshire wants to do a neighborhood serving commercial development, which will clearly serve Glenshire,
right,
but doesn't get the exemption, doesn't get the same screening exemption, where you still have, no matter what commercial activity is going to take place in the corridor that you've identified, you got people from Tahoe Donner and Donner Summit and Glenshire, you know, pumping VMTs into the equation.
Yeah, so we're picking winners and losers based on, with the loser being someone that has to do an analysis for their development project and the winner being someone that doesn't. So that's a different type of victory than if we're looking
less expensive versus more expensive.
Potentially, than if we're looking at a comprehensive townwide program that could fund things like sidewalks and trails and transit and those types of things, where you could elect to be more aggressive with smaller development, where just because you don't have to do the analysis doesn't mean that there isn't some contribution that's appropriate for that development to kick into the VMT pot, if you will. So, and I think
what would be the mechanism for that, though?
It would, I think,
because we'd have to adopt a baseline regardless.
Yeah. So this.
But we're not doing that right now.
So this is a policy for CEQA analysis.
Right.
As part of the general plan, you could say, gee, and this is what TRPA did. We want to reduce townwide VMT by 10% from current levels. And in order to do that, we need to build these types of projects and offer this kind of transit, et cetera. That would be a strategy to implement a VMT program on kind of development all the way down to a single-family resident, it's kind of like our traffic impact fee program, where currently there's some types of projects that have to do traffic analysis and others that don't based on project scale. But for the traffic impact fee program, every project down to the single-family home pays into the kitty for the traffic impacts, and so it's a bit convoluted. But what we're talking about now is who has to do what to get through the CEQA process, as compared to a comprehensive VMT mitigation fee program could be broader than that, depending on what policies you adopt in the general plan regarding community-wide VMT. This is just development-related VMT we're talking about.
So we're going to rely on you to bring that back to us when we're ready to have that conversation.
And that'll be a lively policy conversation.
Yes.
There will be some members of the community that don't want to see additional fees.
Right. And there'll be some that do.
And there'll be some that do.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay. Public comment. We had some. I know some of it was forwarded to us.
Yeah, she summarized most of it.
She summarized it all. Just is there any voice?
Yep.
Public comment is open. Truckee-Town at Truckee.com. Don't make us search our 4 databases for it. Send it now. Send it easily. You got it ready for us, Judy? Come on.
I'm working on it. Somebody closed down my stuff.
Gosh.
Hello, my name is Jan Zabriskie. I'm calling on agenda item 7.6. I'm asking the council to consider 2 requests. First, please direct staff to bring the rule you must adopt tonight back for amendment 6 months from now. While the rule structure is sound, the wording is not. Please make the rule clear for all who must navigate it during the project processing. A rule that is clear will be easier to administer, and it can be applied more consistently and more equally to all the affected projects. My second request is that you please add language to the rule you're adopting tonight that makes it explicit that mitigation must completely reduce excess VMT to the 85% threshold. While staff believes that mitigation requirement is implicit already, in this case it should be made explicit to avoid any future misunderstanding about this requirement. I want to thank you for considering both of these requests.
Thank you, Jan.
Susie Tarnay has requested that her comment be read in full.
Go for it. You want me to do it?
If you have it up, yes.
I do.
Otherwise, I have to get it up.
I will read it in full. Susie Tarnay, time me on 3 minutes. I am still concerned about the VMT study exemptions that the town is allowing. The reason affordable housing is exempted from the state's guidelines is because it provides shorter commutes for working class and service industry employees. If you allow housing, that was not 3 minutes. If you allow housing with income caps at moderate levels and locals only restrictions into this exemption, it becomes a disincentive to build affordable units. This action replaces affordable units with more expensive and even market rate units, and therefore exacerbating the long commute problem of low-wage workers. Moderate income families housed here will require more services and even more service industry workers that will still be commuting from Reno. Affordable housing is exempted from the state guidelines for a reason that moderate income and locals only housing does not fulfill. The exemption for commercial developments up to 50,000 square feet is exorbitant. Our local Save Mart and adjoining drugstore is around 40,000 square feet. The 50,000 square foot listed in the technical advisory is a statewide number that only applies to larger metropolitan areas. It is the estimated size where development changes from local serving to regional serving. As we live in a more rural area, this number is not appropriate. On an advertising website for rental space at the local Save Mart, it states, unparalleled Truckee location and a 25-mile customer draw. Our current shopping centers are regional serving already at a smaller size. This number needs to be reconsidered. I am disappointed that my previous comments about this issue have not been added to the public comment for this meeting. I am attaching them here. If the town council members have not seen them, please read them until the time limit expires. I think we got most of them. I'll read the first sentence, but it basically furthers those. The broad exemption of any residential development within a half mile appears to be a misuse of the state exemption. Furthermore, our proposed thresholds provide an exemption for any new affordable unit. Again, this is not in compliance with the spirit or the letter of the state guidelines. It has been shown that low-income housing generates less VMT than market-rate housing. And lastly, I'm curious as to how a commercial development will prove that less than 20% of their employees come from outside the region. I find this to be an extremely unlikely scenario. Thank you for your time and attention to this particularly complex issue. Susie Tarnay.
We have a couple of additional emails that came in while public comment was open. Has staff looked at what the, this is Heather Rankow. Has staff looked at what the cost would be of the VMT analysis for a project? Did they audit current projects in the pipeline and look at what the rough order of magnitude cost for the projects would be? In addition, she added a second email. I think it is quite difficult for a developer or a jurisdiction to know what a tenant employees, that's on the other one, employees are going to be commuting from. I think that is a much better approach to look at the qualitatively VMT per employee. Additionally, if there is a workforce housing or locals only supplied for the employees of that project, then there should be a net zero VMT for those units created. I second Kat's comments and think that we need to work forward on providing a baseline for all land use types within town of Truckee. And then we also need to come up with a way to quantify VMT similar to how we determine the parking spaces needed for a project by use. The more loose it is, the more subjective it is, the more headaches and the cost it becomes for the developer and the time consuming for staff to review. There needs to be a straightforward approach to this with a baseline of what we currently have. The more clear cut this is for the town staff to review, the developers to apply, and cleaner the process will be. I think in the long run, auditing the impact in VMT and development projects will ultimately end up with a better and more sustainable project, but we have a lot of work to do on this policy to get it there. I also advocate that this go to the Climate Action Group and the General Plan Action Committee. What about putting in a commercial development where there never was a residential area? Does that help create a micro community? Micro communities help reduce VMT because they keep people in the neighborhoods, promote more walkability, and create neighborhood services where they live, versus those people not having those services and having to drive out of their community to receive those services. And we may have one more voice. I will check. No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Closing public comment, and we'll bring it back to council for deliberation. I don't know if everybody wants to do this individually, or maybe if you're all okay, I can throw out a few suggestions and we can take it from there. If anybody, let's do that. I'm seeing some nodding heads. So maybe just we can go down these one by one. So I think both of Jan Zabriski's requests in his public comment are pretty valid, and I'd be willing to accept both of those. So that was one, back for amendment 6 months from now. We could say 6 to 12 months from now, with an opportunity for it to go through the climate action team and some of the other circulations that might provide some input. So I think that gives us a little bit of a wider timeline.
I think that group would like to weigh in on this.
Okay, so seeing some nodding heads on that. I think, clarifying the language that the mitigation must reduce the VMT to the 85% threshold, that's pretty easy. I think you can do that. I don't know that we all need to agree. That's sort of the goal of the entire plan, right? Yeah. Moving into some of the screening criteria, and these are really just suggestions from me. So the first bullet currently reads, new affordable residential units or income /local restricted residential units. I would suggest we simplify that to new income restricted residential units, to make it very clear. I'm not opposed to the local addendum at some point in the future, but I just think it just creates, to me, more gray area than is necessary at this time.
If it's not well defined and we're not comfortable with that, I would agree. I think keeping it specific to the income restricted makes sense.
And then it's also not affordable.
I don't know. There's a whole bunch of other parts to that when you start opening that up, because where are we really going? What do you really want?
Basically, we just want to say, so what I'm trying to clean.
I'm going bigger for a second here.
Oh, okay.
Not just about the individual items, but the concepts, the things. What do we want as a community? What do we want? What do we really want? What we talk about on this dais, what we talk about in this town. We talk about affordability, affordable houses, locals. How do we help them out? How do we make things better? And we keep doing things that make everything harder, including what we talked about earlier tonight. Then we're talking money for affordable housing. Well, now this is another affordable housing issue, generally speaking, and every time we add a layer, it gets more difficult every single time. And I'm not opposed to this whole thing, but I am opposed to doing things that are an opposite direction of where we want to go and what we want as a community. So, for instance, the affordable housing, or I'm kind of taking this over. I know, I'm sorry, but there's one of the things that comes to my mind as I was sitting here listening and digesting a lot of this is that when I came to this town, I looked around and I said, there's not a lot of box stores around here. Everything's small business. It's really interesting, and I fell in love with it, and I think that's why a lot of us are here. So every layer we make it harder for the small business, for the smaller buildings, for the smaller anything to happen, we keep making it more difficult. So who can come up here and who can do the jobs and put the new stuff in? Rayleigh's, whatever the other grocery store is. We get two box grocery stores, basically. We have larger, deep pocket, more sophisticated organizations that are coming into our communities and changing that feeling, that dynamic. And I realize that's part of progress and change and whatever happens, but I don't want to lose what everybody came here for, that feeling, that thing of small business, small community, that connection and that grit, that what all those different things we've all talked about over time. So I only worry about every time we add another layer and we defeat the purpose of why we keep saying affordable housing, for instance. It just goes against everything we keep saying we want to do.
Well, that's why I was actually trying to clean it up.
So, but
to me, it's grayer, vaguer,
I get that.
And too big. So I was trying to say, hey, let's clean this up. Let's make it specific.
Right. I get that. I understand what you're saying. So when I get off my soapbox, I'll say, I want it cleaner. I like the details. I think give them the ability to fill in the details. We can guide, community can guide. In general, I think that I'm pretty good with the whole basics, but there are things in there I would like to make sure that we expand on. So I don't want to say just in restricted income. There is a local component to it. We have that here. That's an issue. It may not be an issue in the rest of California and everywhere else, in LA or San Francisco, but it's an issue here that we're fighting with every single day. And I don't want to just move it off because not sure how to deal with it.
So I guess maybe I should clarify. So I think we agree on everything you just said. And what I'm trying to do, or what I was suggesting we were trying to do, is just get rid of the grayness of it all, make it more clear so it's a little bit more deliberate and somebody knows exactly what they're getting, and at the same time create the opportunity to, address the impacts that, a 50,000, 40,000 square foot Rayleigh's is going to create at the same time that a project, Coburn's great. I'm not, the verdict is out if it's working or not, right? But I'm basically trying to say, hey, until we have some really good data, we shouldn't just be like sort of willy-nilly allowing things that aren't necessarily going to make sense or that we don't want. Like, I think we want the opportunity to look at some of those things as they come out so that we don't have unprecedented change and progress, as you put it, without receiving the mitigation for what those impacts are actually going to do.
Sure.
That's sort of what I heard from you is, hey, we're building all this stuff and we should just keep building it, but I loved it when it was really small.
That's not exactly what I said. I'm trying to maintain what we want and a feel, a thing that is part of Truckee. It's always been part of Truckee, and we get a lot of new things that are bigger, and that's changing. Those are the people who can afford to go through this process, more complicated process that costs a lot more money. Every layer we add, make it for the small business guy, the small little developer, the small guy in Truckee who's kind of got a few bucks set aside now and wants to do something, but it's just a little too expensive for him. You're going to let somebody else in who's a big box who doesn't really care about our community and develop something else. So what I'm saying is, it's kind of the whole thing is, how do we take this, and like I said, I'm okay with giving it to staff to work out through the details, through all the comments that everyone has made, but not trying to solve the problem right this second. But understand the concept that we want to give them direction on and what we want to do. And the only part about the housing is again, restricted, local, all the little caveats, the missing middle, those are the things we want to try and encourage and not make it more difficult. So I don't want to restrict that.
Can. I'm just saying we're clarify it, and I guess maybe let's skip that one for a second, and maybe let's go to the 50,000 square foot commercial. So personally, I would say that needs to go to a maximum of 10, if not removed altogether. So I think what you were just getting into was just a hugely philosophical discussion of, do we want more big developers creating 40,000 square foot boxes, or do we want more community character oriented types of development? And is that the pattern we're going to go with? And I think you were conflicting your two statements. At least what I heard was you were conflicting what you were saying. You were saying, hey, that's progress. Those guys can afford to do it, so let's let them do it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I never said that.
So let's skip to the commercial development one. So, and let's be also clear, this is a 100+ page document, and we have purview over 5 bullets.
Right, exactly.
Okay, on a quarter of a page.
Okay,
so we're not diving into the details. They're asking us for policy direction.
Well, I get that.
So this is our opportunity to give that direction, not sit back and say, yep, I accept everything you just did. Looks great. Rubber stamp. That's all I'm saying.
I get that, but okay, so then let's make it easier for everybody. There are 3 things that Dan mentioned that they thought in policy. One of them was the 50 square foot. That was one of them. I don't even remember the first one.
So I would recommend we reduce that to 10.
I think 10 is a little small, but just because that's about the size where you're going to be, but I could live with 10. What was the first one, Dan?
First one was new affordable residential units, or income/local restricted residential units. I'm just saying, let's just clean that up and say, if you're doing income restricted housing, you're through, done.
So we calling that as our goal for affordable housing is just
income restricted,
remove the local aspect,
and then there's no review.
Right.
Because affordable is vague.
I get that part. I just want to make it bigger.
I'm just saying affordable is vague.
I'm trying to make it as big as possible to allow that kind of housing that we need in this town.
And we can still get all of that, and they can still receive. They still don't necessarily have to do a study. They don't necessarily have to do a traffic study. We're just at least taking off the higher pieces.
Yeah, I mean, really what this conversation is focused on is who who has to do a study and who doesn't. Doesn't mean that any of these types of development are either approved or denied. It's just a question of who needs to, as part of their development application process, incur the cost of doing a VMT analysis.
And it's also not to say that the town at any point can say, hey, we're willing to pay for that traffic analysis because that's a project we actually want. It doesn't fit in our little box, but it's a really cool project. So we're just going to pick up, we're going to support that with housing ballot measure money, whatever. I'm just making that up, but.
Right.
Yeah. So what I think on the housing topic, because there's the residential and the commercial, it sounds like there's consensus that workforce housing is something that we want to include in the exemption, such that a workforce housing project would not require a VMT analysis, and as long as it's the true income restricted and does not hit on the vague gray areas that we sometimes dance in. Right, but I think I'm hearing two different things. I'm thinking I'm hearing that from.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm just Tony's.
I'm just going to use this as an example. The comment that about the 20%. As a business owner, no one knows how I'm going to run my business, and except for me. And I don't. And people want to come and tell you, well, I think you're going to get 20% of your staff from out of town. I don't know. I know maybe I don't think I'm going to do that. And who's to tell me I am or I'm not? So when it comes to it should be workforce housing or restricted, it's like the whole goal has to be about helping everybody figure out better ways to make more affordable housing, whether it be a workforce housing and any project within that. And when we put constraints on it, it just gets more complicated. So to me, I'm not even sure the right word, and Dan maybe had the right word, but it's how to kind of put the two together is what I'm trying to do, is just keep that going. Otherwise, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot. I know it is. I see it's coming. Let's make it harder for somebody.
Right. So to just kind of get back to what's in the current recommendation, maybe you could bring that up for us, Becky, in terms of that housing exemption.
It's the same one. I think we're all okay with the new residential development located within the half mile. Do we all agree on that one? Does anybody want to see changes to that one? And everybody's okay with the 10,000 square feet.
Sure.
At this point.
Well,
and we can review this in 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, it seems. I'm not sure. Without thinking about it, 10 goes pretty small, pretty quickly. Have you been in my building?
I don't think so.
Have you used the building's over there? It's 10,000 square feet. That's what you're looking at in size. So it seems reasonable. It's 4 condos in one. So that could probably be the baseline, the smallest you want to go. Yeah. Anything bigger than that, I guess, gets too outside of what we're trying to get the goals.
And it could be a very simple analysis, right? We're not, and this is stuff that these developers are already doing. We're actually making it easier.
Right. No, I get that.
By instilling this new program.
Yeah.
So really, and I'm fine with it. I'm okay with leaving the new affordable residential units as is. I don't necessarily need to change that. I was really just offering up a way to make it a little bit more clear, and to avoid future confusion as we get into negotiating processes down the road.
Absolutely. I'd rather have it more clear everywhere, but I don't want it. To me, that's such an important area that we spend so much time talking about housing, that I want to do everything we can to make it easier, not harder.
And we are, because if they build within a half mile of that Donner Pass Road corridor, it's an exemption.
Yeah, I get that.
Done.
Or if they're 75%
income restricted.
Yeah. And that gets even that, but then it goes back to a penciling thing, right? So it just goes, things don't always pencil, money doesn't grow on trees. So every layer, even if it's $10,000 or $12,000 or $50,000 for another study, adds to the cost. Someone's paying.
But nobody's forcing them to build it.
No, but
that's their choice. It's their property. If they're taking a risk, they can do that.
No,
and we're going to encourage it to the point that it serves the goals of the community.
Well, I don't think we're going to completely see eye to eye on this because I'm saying is that if you want to afford things affordable, you can't keep adding layers of cost to it. And then it becomes not affordable. And then what we get is a bunch of houses that are built for second homeowners or people who could afford it from the Bay Area. And then that's the kind of community you have, and that's what we got. Right?
Man.
So
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to make it more clear. And if nobody else agrees, then that's fine. So
If it's that big of a deal, I'm fine with it.
it's not that big of a deal. I get to the end. It's a big deal. It is a big deal.
Restricted, like it's
new affordable units are in.
developers doing either. So that's the maximum.
That's okay. You're
Comfortable with either.
So
local.
So let's. The only thing that needs to change on the screen in front of us is the 50 to 10. Is there any other change that anybody feels strongly about? And I'm willing to. The only other thing I was suggesting was local gets crossed out.
Yeah, I'm
That's it.
uncomfortable with keeping local in there at this point since we don't have that well defined.
There we go.
But we don't have a baseline either. So we have a couple things not defined. Can we define that later? Can't we figure that out or next? Or do we want to define it right now?
We can do either. Again, I think the theory behind, if we bring it back to VMT, right, vehicle miles traveled, the theory is that if you've got a project, so the Coburn Crossing project basically said in order to lease a unit in those apartments, you had to have a job within the school district boundary, which is, as Councilmember Klofstad pointed out, is relatively large, but it's up here on the hill. And it's, I guess it was our thought that was probably the best thing to tear off of, because we've done it once already, in terms of defining a local serving residential project.
But we just don't have, but we've already said we're not going to do that. We've already said we just haven't been able to assess the success of that or not, which is why, to me, let's keep it as clear, simple, predictable, because then as a developer, whether you're big, small, or otherwise, it doesn't matter. It's really clear and predictable, and you're not sitting here spending time and money negotiating with everybody in this room what local is and is it not local, and what percentage is local, and if I do only 20% local, do I get the VMT, deferral? Like, it's just this whole jumbled mess, in my opinion. Like, keep it clear.
Yeah, so I think from a practical standpoint, the likelihood of another project like Coburn Crossing coming in that would be proposing that kind of a locals restriction, I would say, is very low. And it sounds like there's some caution on at least some council members' behalf on how to define local, and should local be regional, should local be Truckee. So my suggestion would be to scratch that out and bring that back as one of the topics in our 6 to 12 month review to take another look at.
I would be comfortable with that we could look at how to define that better in the next round and not include it this time.
How do you feel, Jessica?
Well, yes. I agree with that, yes.
So based on what's in front of us, we're looking at, it sounds like we can move forward with scratching local from the first bullet, changing the 50,000 to 10,000, adding, not part of the VMT actual study, but back for amendments in 6 to 12 months, and specifically calling out the point of the actual project, which would be the mitigation must reduce VMT, the 85% threshold. Are there any other changes that anybody is looking to make at this time? Seeing none, can I please have a motion? Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Can you put up the recommendation for me? Okay, I move that we adopt Resolution 2020-21, adopting vehicle miles traveled, screening criteria and thresholds of significance under the California Environmental Quality Act in compliance with SB 743, including the modifications the mayor just identified.
And the ones in Exhibit A.
Ah, that's right. And the ones included in Exhibit A as outlined in the staff presentation.
And I believe we've got those modifications, and I'll check with Sarah to make sure you're comfortable you've got them as well.
I will.
So we can reflect them properly in the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
And let's do a roll call. Sarah, how about a roll call, please?
Councilmember Commendatory.
I'm just going to say no.
Noted. Vice Mayor Klovstad.
Yes.
Mayor Tierman. Sorry, Mayor Pallavi.
Yes.
Flashback.
It's all good.
Councilmember Abrams.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thanks for your patience on that one.
Well, and I'd like to thank the council. It's a very complex topic, and it's new. It's new throughout the state. It's new to us here in Truckee. I thought your conversation about some of the basic policy objectives that this is attempting to achieve was a very good conversation and very appropriate. So, and like I said, this is a new thing, and it's something that we can continue to evolve and improve on as time goes on.
And next time we get this on our agenda, you're going to make it first or second.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're all fresh.
This was the only thing originally on the agenda. Nice. Okay, we're almost there. 2 more to go. Come on, people. 7.7. This one's important. Calling for the municipal election in consolidation with the statewide general election. Judy.
Thank you. You just gave my staff report, Mayor. So, at the time we wrote this staff report to call for the election of 3 seats, it would be 2 races. One race would contain 2 seats of 4 years for Abrams and Tierman. One race would be a 2-year term for the commendatory seat. In addition to that, staff provided you with 3 alternatives based on what you decided in item 7.1. That's why we put that one first and this one last, so we had time to deal with any changes that were necessary. So it appears that council has directed staff to attachment 2, general tax measure. So attachment 2 of the resolution 2020-53 is what we'd like you to consider this evening. And that will, in addition to putting the seats on the ballot, it will put your general tax measure on the ballot and consolidate that election with the November statewide election with Nevada County. There is no public comment on this item.
I have a question.
Okay.
It's very quick. So we've received a ton of outreach on campaign contribution limits. Mm-hmm. Should we so choose to revisit that topic? Is that interdependent with this item, or what is the timing? Should we choose to revisit that topic and put something in place for the November election? What kind of timing are we looking at?
So if you want to,
Andy?
So the issue is that it's going to take
2 meetings.
Ordinance, and we don't have direction on it, and it's not a topic for tonight, so we'd have to do 3 meetings.
3 meetings.
Yeah, 2 readings plus 30 days, and then at some point you're getting into the campaign season because you'd be after the point at which people have already filed and might start raising money. So if you're going to do that, you probably need to do it at the very next meeting, because if you get too far into the campaign season when people are raising money, it's a little tough to start implementing new rules at that point.
And the campaign season starts August 1st?
No, July 13th. So candidate filing season begins July 13th, runs through August 7th. If any of the 3 incumbents don't file, then that race will extend until August 12th, and then silly season's in full swing. So,
and the earliest you could do it without a special meeting is a first reading on July 14th, second reading and adoption July 28th, 30 days later. So you're looking at August 27th, before it would take effect.
So you're in the election.
Yeah.
And then does it go retroactive?
I don't think you,
That like if somebody raised $5,000, $3,000 on August 1st.
The question of whether we could do that, I don't know the answer to as I stand here.
Okay. And that's not pertinent till tonight anyway. Any other questions?
Well, I mean, now that you threw it out there, are you considering we want to try and put it on an agenda? Because I thought we all made a decision at a previous meeting.
And so that's why, I was asking that question. We did all make a decision. Councilmember Tierman did chime in saying he would be interested in revisiting that comment.
He then actually retracted that and said he was not interested in revisiting.
not interested.
Okay. Well, I think that then changes it. So, yeah, I was more just making sure that if we were going to revisit it, that what the timing would be. But it sounds like we sort of missed, at least you gave us the opportunity. We made ourselves clear. We'll pick that back up again.
Yeah, as a kind of an explanation and a little background on revisiting council's decisions. Not impossible. 3 of you could request it and we would have it. What you have to consider, though, is the precedent, especially when you're talking about angry citizens on both sides demanding that you continue to do that.
Sure.
And yeah, so it's just something to think about.
But that would be the process that 3 council members would individually request that we revisit an item, and then that would raise to the bar
Well,
of
staff
attention.
would definitely want to respond to that for
Right.
sure.
Okay, so there you have it. So that's how we would revisit an item should we choose. I would not do that unilaterally if that's what you were asking. No, that wasn't. I was more because we've had so much, there's been a ton of outreach on it, of course, post-decision. So
Right.
it's always how it goes, right? Okay, so any other questions? Seeing none, opening public comment. Seeing none, closing public comment. Any deliberation needed or a motion?
Yes, absolutely, motion.
Yes, a motion. Councilmember Abrams, you've been on fire tonight. Let's hear it.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2020-53, calling for the general municipal election on November 3rd, 2020, and requesting Nevada County Board of Supervisors consent to the consolidating the general municipal election with the statewide general election, and including attachment 2, calling the election with a general tax ballot measure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do I have a second from this end of the table?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Can I abstain?
You can.
I just did.
You're abstaining from consolidating the election?
That's only one of 2 parts. Part 1, I'm fine with. Part 2, I'm not.
Okay.
So how do I vote for something like that?
Well, okay.
Thank you.
We could separate it. Does it matter? No, because it passed.
It passed. He abstained.
It passed.
Yep.
Three yays, 1 abstention.
Yep, and that's fine.
Great.
Understood.
Okay.
So the next item 7.8, is for council to consider an ordinance that would move the start time of your regular council meetings from 6 p.m. in the evening to 4:30. It would be 11 o'clock, just saying. So
what is
couple
our
of the
goal?
reasons.
So I have a question. What's our goal end time if we start at 4:30? Are we still on a 4? Because we've exceeded a 4-hour end time. I mean, so is this a way to, I mean, we're still here at 9:30,
Right.
even though we started at 4:30.
Right. So we probably blew it tonight on time management related to, but we had some things that had been lingering, so that's our excuse, and I'm sticking to it. The other, so none of us we will try to stay to reasonable length meetings, and through the numbers we see now with folks participating online, we see that we have higher participation earlier because we were doing the 4 o'clock, and it precipitously drops off as we keep going. So really, we're trying to get more folks to be able to be part of this process.
You don't think that has anything to do with they get bored?
That could happen too, but hey, let's get them while we can, right?
So in addition to setting a time to start, there was a time in Truckee's history where there was an established end time. And what happened at that point was that council had to take a positive step to say, it's 10 o'clock, we will or we will not continue. We will move this to the next meeting, we will move it to another date, whatever we will do. So if you would like us to add that to this ordinance, gladly I can take care of that. Your call.
I mean, I would say, I think my answer, we're not in deliberation, so I guess I'll wait on that one. But Andy, you are chomping at the bit to say something. Please.
I just have one small thing. There's an editing glitch in the ordinance. The section that says Section 3 is really Section 2, but it talks about the ordinance will be implemented July 23rd. Actually, tonight's the first reading, so then the second reading would be July 14th, and then it would take effect 30 days after that. So now you're looking at August 13th, so it wouldn't actually take effect until the meeting after that. So we'll clean it up. If you approve the ordinance, we'll fix it, and the version that you sign will be all shiny.
And how are we able to be doing what we've been doing the past 3 months? Is this under the emergency meeting plan that we could just randomly set our meeting times? Because that's getting really confusing.
So we'll stick, if you go with this, we'll stick with the 4:30 and because under the emergency opportunity to do so, and then it'll become.
Yeah, I mean, in legal terms, we're able to do it now because everything's weird.
Okay. Any other questions? Was there any public comment on this item? Public comment is open. Public comment is closed. I would be interested in adding 9 p.m. as sort of a soft stop time if we do start at 4:30. I don't know. That gives us plenty of time, personally. It's two-hour sessions, basically.
I've thought about this a little bit, and I'm not interested. No. Because I feel like we have more attention because we have COVID. We had some other issues that were causing a lot of attention. Excuse me, so I work. I have kids, and I'm concerned because I would never have signed up to participate on council if I had to be here at town hall. If you have a closed session would be after. But I want to have my day. I want to be able to do my job. I want to be able to have my life. And I think that we have a higher audience because we are in extenuating circumstances, and that hopefully we'll continue to have a higher audience. But I just feel like if we're going to be if we're going to be here till 10 o'clock anyway, why not start at 6:30 instead of 4:30? So for me, it just doesn't work.
Great. Councilmember Commendatore.
I too have thought about this a bit. I think Jessica's points of maybe why we're having a little more participation, but whatever reason it is, we are having more, and that might stick. But the part that actually, reason why I like it, getting home, a little debriefing time or decompression time is really actually important. But actually, it's the town staff I'm thinking about, is that they're oftentimes here, they're here for all day, and then they're here, we all pack up and leave quickly, they're closing up shop, and it becomes a long day as well for them. So trying to do it more within the traditional, closer to the business hours of theirs versus stretching it out even longer makes more sense to me. I do like the idea of putting a hard stop, or soft stop, or medium stop. Some sort of stop would be good. 9, sure. I mean, that even could be, 8:30. That's a 4-hour
I would say 8:30, especially if there's a closed session afterward.
Yeah. I mean, that to me.
I think that gets hard too, because if you have business that has to be done in closed session, and we're going late, and then I don't know. Pushing closed session to after, that's what was done in the past. It was fine.
Yeah, it was just recently moved to before the meeting. Just recently.
How about you?
So I have a quick question or a quick interjection. We could choose any time, like we could do 5 or 5:30 too. So I'm not opposed to it has to be 6 o'clock, that's it. 4:30 is kind of early. If I've taken a day off to be with my kids, I have to, drop them off with their dad at 4:30 instead of 6 o'clock. Or if I'm meeting with clients, I have to take 2 hours out of my day. So,
Yeah, no, it's hard.
and I
for me,
understand,
too.
and I
work
get the
till
staff,
6.
it's hard for staff, and I want to be, I know that our focus is also to maintain the, I guess, morale and satisfaction of our staff. So I would be okay with a negotiation between 4:30 and 6.
What's your opinion?
4:30 just feels early.
I'm okay either way. If we really feel like we're reaching more of our community, that's probably my highest priority. I will accommodate everybody's schedule, and my main focus is I want to be able to reach as much of the community as possible.
I'm personally okay with 5, actually, because 4:30 is really hard for me too. If I'm at my work all day long, and 5 just gives me that added buffer. So I would be fine to see how 5 works for everybody.
And I wouldn't want to have people who might consider coming out to run for council or participating be put off because it doesn't work with their schedule. And I would be curious, could we do a trial for like 6 months and see, has our audience dropped off huge? But after we kind of work through these times to see if there's an overall impact on who's participating.
And I mean, I'm good at 5. It doesn't matter to me. I don't really know if it matters for people participating or not, because quite honestly, as you 3 know, and I have found out recently, if you raise your hand for this job, it doesn't really matter, and you're working whenever. And just, so if it's anyone who raises their hand and runs for this seat, it's going to find out that whether it's 5, 4, or 6, it's going to be busy. So.
How about a proposal for 5? That the 4:30 was really was hard for me too, and I had some concerns on that one. But I can make 5 work. I would say something like we shoot for 5 to 9 on a normal night. If there's a closed session, we try to finish by 8:30. We don't necessarily have to codify that. That's just something we can say. How does everybody feel okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Councilmember Abrams, you're on it tonight. Come on.
Because I can't breathe.
You want somebody else?
I move that we, wait, do I read it like this? Introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance 2020-06, setting the Truckee-Town Council regular meetings to the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month at 5:00 p.m.
Anyone?
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes 5 p.m. We're going to start moving. Hopefully that works for everybody. Thank you. Lots of lively discussion this evening. Council member reports. Let's bust through these. Council member commendatory, go.
I'll make it simple. Super busy 2 weeks. I can't remember what happened. I'm keeping my head above water.
I'll just give you mine. I'm pretty much the same, so there you go. Except I got a week off in the middle of it. Vice Mayor Clovestad.
Well, you got a week off, so I gotta read all the stuff I did for you. It was a busy week. So, attended the mayor's and manager's breakfast virtually. I actually really enjoyed getting to know some of the members. That was quite entertaining. Watched a state energy efficiency webinar on REACH codes that I found very interesting, and sent these off to Dan and Darcy. I think this will be, the climate action plan will be well served by looking into some of these as ways to achieve what we're trying to get there. I was also, as Kim identified, the sole East County representative on the Nevada County Virtual Town Hall. And that was also really good. I think I learned a lot in that one, and I think they did too. I think there's a lot of things that they see Truckee as doing really well and would like to expand those into West County. So that was nice to see. They were very complimentary of how we've been handling the COVID crisis. I also met with the Nevada County Resource Conservation District Executive Director, Assistant, Field Manager, and she brought 2 board members too, about how to expand some of their amazing services that they provide, again, in Eastern County, they currently provide in Wester County and bring them up here to Truckee. And in particular, we're looking at ways to protect Donner Lake from erosion control and invasive species and water quality management. And then there was a COVID-19 for electeds on Friday afternoons. I went to that. Lots of information there. I kind of want to keep listening in.
You can have them.
Okay, so it was really interesting.
Be careful what you ask for.
Okay, great. And then our Truckee Springs committee kicked off again virtually, and we're going to try and do some virtual happy hours to do some information sharing about that project. That's mine.
Jessica.
Yeah, I'm with you and Tony. Head above water, nothing to report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just once again, thanks to Vice Mayor Klofstad for fulfilling all of my duties for the past week. I very much appreciate it, and I'm glad you found them so good. So, feel free to just text me anytime and be like, hey, I got that one. No problem. Thanks, everybody. We are adjourned. See you we got a bye week, right? Yeah, we got 3 weeks. Woo! Good night. Thanks for tuning in.